नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज शनिवार का दिन है और आप सब जानते हैं कि शनिवार का जो दिन होता है वो शनि महाराज के लिए समर्पित है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान शनि की प्रार्थना करके, पूजा करके और हर हर रोज़ की तरह हम 11 दफ़ा एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस मंत्र का उच्चारण आप अपने-अपने वर्क स्टेशंस पे, अपने-अपने ऑफ़िस में, होम ऑफ़िस में करें। मैं ये काउंटर यूज़ करता हूँ, आप कैसे भी माला का इस्तेमाल करके या कैसे भी अपने मन में ही 11 दफ़े इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करना है। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, भगवान का नमन करिए। ओम शनिश्चराय नमः। इस मंत्र का हमें जाप 11 दफ़ा करना है। तो चलिए हम अब शुरू करते हैं। ओम शं शनिश्चराय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारे भगवान की स्तुति जो पूजा है समाप्त हुई और जिन लोगों की शनि की ढैया चल रही है उनके लिए बहुत ही ज़रूरी है आप हर शनिवार को इस मंत्र का जाप करें और अपना दिन शुरू करें। तो चलिए, आपका आज का दिन मंगलमय हो, इसी कामना के साथ हम इस वीडियो को समाप्त करते हैं। मिलते हैं जल्दी ही दूसरे वीडियो में।
Rishi Kashyap, the eternal sage of Sanatan Dharma, stands as the architect of diversity itself, his legacy woven into the very fabric of existence. Kashyap's achievement was cosmic, unbounded by geography or time. His empire was not of conquest but of coexistence. A vision so vast and unconquerable that even in 2026 it challenges us to see universality as the greatest triumph of all. His contribution is not limited to progenitor of civilization, but his Kashyap Samhita, also called as Vridha Jivika Tantra, is a classic text on pediatrics, gynecology, and obstetrics, still studies in Ayurveda today. Kashyap is also credited with contribution to Kashyap music and Shilpa Shastra, that is art and architecture, showing his influence beyond spiritual philosophy. So let's find out more about him. Rishi Kashyap, one of the greatest Saptarishi, is remembered not only as a sage but a progenitor of civilization. A figure whose vision encompassed the very diversity of the creation. His legacy is vast. Through his union, and Kashyap is said to have fathered myriad beings like human, animals, birds, and celestial entities. This mythic narrative is more than ancestry. It is a profound metaphor for interconnectedness, teaching all that all existence is a part of a single cosmic order. In 2026, when the humanity confronts ecological crisis, erosion of biodiversity, Kashyap's vision feels like a timeless call to honor diversity as sacred. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward on this topic, Rishi Kashyap's philosophy integrated dharma with natural order, that is righteousness with the natural order, urging harmony between human conduct and the rhythm of cosmos. This resonates today in a sustainability movement where the ethics and science converge to guide responsible living. And at the same time, Kashyap's worldview insists that the progress must align with the balance, that the innovation must serve the natural order, And his legacy also bridged myth and governance, as dynasties traced through the lineage to him, grounding authority in values of stewardship and the continuity. So, in our era of contested leadership and fractured identities, uh, the Kashyap's example reminds us that the true governance rests on responsibility towards all being. Yet Kashyap's unconquerable achievement lies in his vision of universality. By fathering diverse lineage, he symbolized unity through multiplicity. This echoes in 2026, a globalized digital world where the pluralism is strength and the interconnectedness is destiny. His philosophy challenges us to weave difference into shared narratives of coexistence, much as he wove creation into a single cosmic order. Kashyap, traditionally associated with northern western part of Indian subcontinent, the very name Kashmir, which is a state of India, believed to derive from him. Legend says Kashyap drained the ancient lake Satisar to make the valley habitable, giving rise to region's name Kashyap Mir, that is lake of Kashyap, eventually now we call it Kashmir, or Kashyap Meru, that is mountain of Kashyap. So it is here that one must certainly mirror the spirit of Genghis Khan of Mongolia. Centuries later, embodied the relentless drive to unify vast territories under single vision. His empire stretched across continents, reshaping trade, culture, and governance. Kashyap's achievement, though born of creation rather than conquest, is monumental. Where the Khan's empire was bounded by geography and time, Kashyap's was cosmic, eternal, and unconquerable. In 2026, as humanity seeks to reconcile power with wisdom, Kashyap's achievement stands as the greatest triumph, the creation of diversity itself, the binding of existence into one living continuum. Thus, Kashyap's contribution to the world is not confined to myth or ancestry. It is philosophy of balance, diversity, and responsibility. His voice echoes across millennia, reminding us that the creation is sacred, diversity is strength, and the harmony with nature is the highest dharma, that is righteousness. In 2026, his legacy challenges us to honor the interconnectedness woven into of life, or maybe a web of life, to embrace pluralism as power and recognize that the greatest empire is not the one of conquest but coexistence. Rishi Kashyap's legacy is not a tale locked in the past, but a living philosophy that continues to shape the present. So his unconquerable achievement was the creation of universality itself, an empire of coexistence that transcends boundaries of time and geography. His presence is linked to Himalayas and surrounding region, embedding him into the spiritual landscape of northern India. He is a global impact even today. So Kashyap's vision unified existence through creation, weaving together human, animal, celestial being into one cosmic continuum. In 2026, as humanity stands at the crossroad of technological acceleration and ecological fragility, Kashyap's voice resounds with clarity that the greatest triumph is not the domination but harmony, not the conquest but coexistence. So his empire endured not in maps or monuments but in the living diversity of the world. A reminder that the most powerful legacy is one that sustains life itself. So beyond being the father of creation, he is remembered as the sage whose influence shaped both land and lineage. in 2026, his unconquerable achievement remind us that the greatest empire is not one of the domination but of diversity and harmony, an eternal continuum where the coexistence itself is the crown jewel of civilization. So we have come to the end of this topic. We like your comments on this topic. If you want to add something on the profile of Kashyap, the great sage of India, please also like and subscribe our channel. And I look forward definitely your comment, and see you in the next one. So take care. Bye bye.
Hello friends, Namaskaram. You're most welcome. Prime Minister of India Indira Gandhi's decision to impose national emergency sent shockwaves through India, leading to 21 months of suspended civil liberties, mass arrest of political opposition, and strict press censorship. In this video, we dive deep into the emergency, a defining, controversial, and often misunderstood chapter in Indian political history. Was it a necessary step to stabilize the nation or the death knell of Indian democracy? We explored the events leading up to the declaration, the life changing impact of the citizens of India, and the lasting legacy of this period left on the nation's political landscape. Let's go. It was a quiet night in June 1975. The homes across India, families were turning into the All India radio, expecting the usual news. But on the morning of June 26th, the broadcast was different. The voice on the radio, calm and measured, announced that the president had proclaimed an emergency. Civil liberties were suspended, the press was censored, and the political opposition, they were being rounded up as we speak. That was a voice that mentioned during the All India radio transmission. In a single stroke, the world's largest democracy went dark. For 21 months, India lived under a shadow. Today, we aren't just looking at history, we are looking at the warning. This is the story of the 1975 emergency, the time when the foundation of India were tested to their very breaking point. To understand the emergency, we have to understand the India of the early 1970s. It wasn't a peaceful time. The economy was struggling, inflation was skyrocketing, and there was growing movement on the street, led by a veteran socialist, Jai Prakash Narayan, or JP, as we all know him. So, friends, before we move forward, if you have reached so far, let me know the name of your city or country from where you have tuned in into this video. All right, let's move forward. Mr. Raj Narayan, the man who had lost his election against Prime Minister of India, Indira Gandhi, filed a petition alleging electoral malpractices. Justice J.M.L. Sinha delivered the verdict. Indira Gandhi was guilty of using government machinery for campaign purposes. Her election was declared void. She was barred from holding public offices for 6 years. For any leader, this was a political death sentence, but Indira Gandhi was not any leader. She refused to resign, and as the pressure from the opposition mounted, the decision was made. If she couldn't win the political battle, she would change the rules of the game entirely. It was the night of June 25th, 1975, while the nation slept, a massive coordinated operation was launched. Under the cover of darkness, the police began a nationwide sweep. By the next morning, the press was gagged. Electricity was cut to the newspaper offices in Delhi to prevent the printing of protest stories. When the papers did not return, they were blank or filled with government approved propaganda. The democracy that had been built on the dreams of independence was now effectively a one person rule. The constitution was amended, the judiciary was curtailed, and the executive branch held absolute power. So, what was the life like during those 21 months? For an average citizen, it was time of fear and uncertainty. The government, driven heavily by Indira Gandhi's son Sanjay Gandhi, launched initiatives that were touted as development but implemented with lot of brutality. The sterilization drive became very infamous. In a desperate, misguided attempt to control population growth, hundreds of thousands of people were coerced into sterilization. For many, the choice was simple: comply or lose your job, your ration card, or even your freedom. Then there was the beautification drive. The cities like Delhi slums were razed to the ground, displacing the poor to the outskirts of the city. All the names of which were basically eyesores were cleared. There was no one to complain to. The courts were hamstrung. You couldn't speak in public. You couldn't write in the paper. You certainly couldn't organize a protest. It was suffocating silence that lasted nearly 2 years. But the authoritarian regime have a fatal flaw. They stopped listening to the people. Indira Gandhi, perhaps believing her own propaganda that the people were happy, called for election in the year 1977. She miscalculated. The Indian electorate, despite being silenced for 21 months, had not forgotten. In one of the most powerful display of democracy in history, the people of India voted the emergency government out of power in a landslide. Indira Gandhi lost her own seat. It was the first time the Congress party had lost a general election in independent India. So, what is the legacy of the emergency? It proved that democracy in India is not just a constitutional framework, it is a sentiment embedded in the hearts of people. It served as a violent reminder that freedom cannot be taken away in a single night, and it requires a constant vigilance to protect it. In the 1975 emergency remains the darkest chapter in India's modern history. It left behind scars that would take years to heal, but it is also forged a new political consciousness in the country, a realization that power, when left unchecked, will always consume itself. So, as we look back, the lesson is clear: democracy is fragile, it's a garden that needs to be tended in every single day. The 21 month of 1975 taught India that while the government can silence the press, close the courts, imprison the dissenters, it can never fully break the spirit of people who have tasted freedom. So if you found this dive into the history valuable, make sure to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the stories that shape the world we live in today. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to receiving your comments. See you in the next one.
Bold new roadmap reshapes Indian classroom with a skill-based learning, multilingual literacy, and technology-driven education, preparing students not just for marks but for life. Education in India is entering a new chapter. The Central Board of Secondary Education has announced a sweeping curriculum revamp that will take effect from 2026, and it promises to reshape the way millions of students experience learning. For decades, Indian school system had been criticized for its heavy reliance on rote memorizations, exam pressures, and limited focus on skills. This roadmap is CBSE's attempt to break away from the mold and align classroom with the vision of National Education Policy 2020. At the heart of the revamp is a shift towards skill-based learning. Instead of simply reproducing textbook answers, students will be encouraged to think critically, solve problems creatively, and collaborate with the peers. The idea is to prepare them not just for exam, but for the life beyond school, whether in higher education, the workplace, or society at large. Teachers will be expected to integrate projects, presentations, and real world case studies into their lessons, making learning more engaging and practical. One of the most debated actually changes in the three language rule. Under the new framework, students will study 3 languages up to class 10, with at least one being an Indian language. Supporters argue that this will strengthen cultural roots, multilingual literacy, while the critics worry that it may add stress to students already juggling with multiple subjects. The policy reflects CBSE's attempt to balance global competitiveness with a national identity. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, another major reform in the reduction of content load. The syllabus will be streamlined to focus on core concept, cutting down an excessive detail that often overwhelmed students. And this will free up time for experimentations, experiential learning activities in the lab, and the field projects and creative exploration. So alongside this, CBSE plan to integrate technology and digital tools into classroom. So adapted learning platform, AI assist resources, and online practical module will become the part of everyday teaching, ensuring students are comfortable with the digital world they will inherit. Assessment will also undergo a transformation. The traditional high-stake exam model will give way to continuous competency-based evaluation. Marks will be no longer hinged solely on the 3-hour test. Instead, projects, practical, and presentation will carry a greater weight. And this change is expected to reduce exam stress and provide a more accurate picture of students' ability. The impact of this reform will be felt across the ecosystem. Students will find their education more engaging and less mechanical. Teachers, however, will face little challenge of adopting the new method, mastering the digital tools, and rethinking how they evaluate performance. And parents too will need to adjust their expectation, as success will no longer be measured by exam scores but by skill and competencies. Of course, challenges remains. Like training teachers across India's vast and diverse school network is no small task. Ensuring rural schools have access to digital infrastructure will require significant investment, and the 3-language rule may face resistance from families who fear it add unnecessary burden. Yet, despite these hurdles, the roadmap signals a bold step towards modernizing Indian education. So what you think about this? We have come to the end of this live stream, and thanks for watching. Actually, I would request you to like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Nagarjuna's vision of emptiness offers balance, resilience, and wisdom for the challenges of our interconnected 21st century world. In the grand tapestry of Indian philosophy, few figures stand as tall and as enigmatic as Nagarjuna, the 2nd century Buddhist philosopher, often regarded as the most influential thinker after Buddha himself. His contribution lies in the systematic exposition of Shunyavad, the doctrine of emptiness, which became the cornerstone of Madhyamaka school of Mahayana Buddhism. In 2026, Shunyavad, the philosophy of emptiness articulated by Naga Arjun, remains strikingly relevant, not just as a spiritual doctrine, but as a lens through which we can interpret the modern life, technology, and society. So Nagarjuna's genius was to show that this emptiness applies not only to the worldly appearances but also to the ultimate reality. He argued that both samsara, that means the cycle of birth and death, and nirvana, that is liberation, are empty of inherent existence. This radical insight collapsed the duality between bondage and liberation, suggesting that the absolute is not something separate from the world, but the very ground of all appearances. So, with the geopolitical tensions, climate change, economic stress, and the doctrine of emptiness teaches resilience at this point of time, that means in 2026. So, by recognizing that the cries are not permanent entities but dependent on the cause and conditions, and we approach them with the flexibility rather than despair. And this is the way to go forward when we understand the teaching of Nagarjuna. So it is important to note that the Nagarjuna did not invent Shunyavad. The seeds of this doctrine were already present in Mahayana Sutras even before his time. What makes Nagarjuna remarkable is that he gathered these scattered threads and wove them into a coherent, rigorous philosophical system. He gave Shunyavad its intellectual depth, transforming it from mystical insight into a dialectical method that could withstand scrutiny. In an era of stress, identity crisis, and the idea that self is empty of fixed essence can be liberating. So it helps individual detach from the rigid ego construct and embrace fluidity, and reducing anxiety about permanence and control. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So we were talking about Shunyavad, and Shunyavad often misunderstood as nihilism. And sometimes called it is denial, but it is not a denial of reality. The Shunya literally means void or empty, but in Nagarjuna's philosophy, it carries a subtle meaning. It refers to the absence of inherent existence, that is swabhav. You know, when we talk in Hindi, all phenomena, according to him, arise in dependence on cause and conditions. A principle known as something when we understand pratyaksh, and then we analyze that, and or it depend where it dependent originated. You know, so because things exist only in the relation to other things, and they cannot possess an independent permanent essence. So in this sense, they are empty. And in a world dominated by artificial intelligence, virtual realities, and shifting identities, Shunyavad reminds us that phenomena lacks inherent existence. Just as an AI model or digital avatar has no fixed essence outside its relational context, so to do human construct exist only through interdependence. So his dialectical method expressed in his teaching dismantle very philosophical position by showing its contradictions. Whether one assert existence, non-existence, both or neither, Nagarjunas demonstrate that each claim lead to a logical impasses. Reality, he insists, that transcends these categories. So it cannot be captured by intellect, which is inherently actually discursive or relational. So true understanding comes only through a direct spiritual realization. So as India revamp its curriculum like CBSE in 2026 roadmap, and Shunyavad offers a philosophical foundation for the critical thinking, challenging rigid categories and encouraging students to see the knowledge as dynamic and contextual and interconnected. So the middle path that Nagarjuna champions avoid the extreme of eternalism, the belief in which is permanent existence, and nihilism, that is denial of all realities. So by affirming emptiness, he does not negate the world's, but actually reveals its relational nature. Appearances are real enough in empirical sense, but they lack ultimate substance. The absolute, meanwhile, is not a thing but a non-dual reality in which all distinctions dissolve. So this philosophy had a profound implication. It reshaped Buddhist metaphysics, influenced later thinkers in Tibet and China and Japan, even resonate with the modern philosophers who saw in Nagarjuna's prosecutors to ritualism and relationalism and demonstration. So his instances that the concept collapse under their own weight anticipate contemporary critics of language and meaning. So Shunyavad's emphasis or interdependence resonate with the ecological thought. It reminds us that the human nature technologies are not separate entity but a part of a web of condition and an insight crucial for sustainability in 2026. Yet, Nagarjuna's aim was not merely intellectual. His philosophy was deeply soteriological, and it means to liberate. So, by realizing the emptiness of all things, one is freed from clinging or aversions or delusion. The realization of shunya is or we say shunyata, that is the realization of nirvana itself. So in the end, Nagarjuna's contribution lies in his ability to articulate the infables. He took the Buddha's insight into dependent origination and expanded it into a comprehensive philosophy of emptiness. Shunyavad, for being a doctrine of despair, Shunyavad is a doctrine of freedom actually. So it teaches that by seeing through the illusion of inherent existence, we awaken to the non-dual reality where the samsara and the nirvana are not opposite but unified. So this is a resolution of thought that Nagarjuna gifted to the world, a vision that continues to inspire seeker and scholars alike. Please send your comments, subscribe our channel, and for more insight into Indian spirituality and mythology, see you in the next one. But before we end this live stream, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Let me ask you, is time really a one-way street? The new research suggests that Einstein's famous wormhole theory might hold the key to the mind-bending possibility of a hidden mirror of time. And friends, as you know, mirror always casts an inverted image. In this video, we break down the latest theoretical physics breakthrough that is challenging everything we know about the arrow of time, entropy, and the fabric of space-time. Could wormhole act as a portal to a mirror reality where time flows in the reverse direction? We dive into the science behind the headlines and explain what this discovery means for the future of quantum mechanics and cosmology. Let's go. What if everything we know about time is backward? We have been told that the time flows in only one direction, from past into the present and towards an inevitable future. It's the arrow of time. But what if that arrow isn't just pointing forward? What if it is also pointing back in the backward direction? And the key to understand that secret lies in one of the most famous yet misunderstood concept in physics, which is the Einstein-Rosen bridge. When we hear about the word wormhole, we think of interstellar. We think of space traveler jumping across galaxies in seconds. But here is the first breakthrough in our understanding today, and that is not what Einstein and Rosen intended. Friends, before we move forward, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the year 1935, Albert Einstein and his colleague Nathan Rosen weren't trying to build a space travel portal. They were struggling with the math of gravity and quantum fields. They created a bridge, a mathematical connection between the two identical symmetrical sheets of space-time. It wasn't a tunnel for a spaceship, it was a theoretical tool meant to reconcile how matter behaves in extreme gravity. Fast forward to 2026, a massive shift in how we interpret those equations have just emerged. Instead of physical tunnel through space, researchers are proposing that the Einstein-Rosen bridge is actually a quantum link between two opposite directions of time. Think of it like a mirror. If you stand in front of a mirror, you will see yourself, right? Now imagine that the mirror doesn't just reflect your image, it reflects your flow. In this new theoretical model, our universe is paired with a mirror, a component where time flows in the exact opposite direction. The bridge isn't the shortcut across the galaxy, it is a fundamental connection that allows quantum systems to remain balanced, consistent, and crucially irreversible. So what does this matter? Why this matters now? Because of the black hole information paradox. For decades, physicists have been terrified that if the information falls into the black hole, it is lost forever. They violate and the violent laws of quantum mechanics, and therefore there could be only two situations. One is that everything is true, or the quantum mechanics and the laws of relativity works across all positions on in the space. But if this mirror time theory is correct, that information isn't destroyed, it simply evolves along the backward flowing time component. It's not gone, it's just living in the mirror. And This doesn't explain black holes. It might explain the very beginning of everything. Some researchers are now suggesting that our Big Bang wasn't the absolute beginning. It was more like some sort of a restarting of something. It may have been a bounce, a transition from a contracting phase of previous universe, mirrored by this strange temporal connection. Even more mind bending is the small relic black holes from this pre bounce phase might still be hiding in our universe today, potentially explaining the mysteries of the dark matter. We aren't building time machines today, and we are not going to be traveling through space tunnels to another galaxy anytime soon. But we might have just discovered a something deeper. That time isn't just a line, it is a tapestry woven together by forward and backward threads, holding in place by most beautiful mathematical bridge ever conceived. The universe isn't just expanding, it is reflecting, and we are finally starting to look into the mirror. So, friends, what do you think about this new proposed idea to solve the biggest issues that we face in our physics today? I'd like to know from you. Please send in your comments. Before I close this live stream, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, how are you doing? We have a very profound question today that we want to address in this video. That is, can ancient wisdom solve the modern corporate burnout problem? In this video, we dive deep into the timeless wisdom of Bhagavad Gita to extract the powerful leadership lesson for today's CEOs and entrepreneurs. If you have ever felt overwhelmed by the darkness of the market volatility, ethical dilemmas, or the sheer weight of responsibility on your shoulder, this verse offers a blueprint for clarity and resilience. Let's go. The boardroom is often portrayed as the place of power and light, but every CEO knows the truth. There is a specific kind of darkness that lives over there. It isn't the absence of light, it is the presence of ambiguity. It is a fog of volatile market, the shadow of ethical compromise, and the blind spots that lead to companies' downfall. And we call it the corporate darkness. For thousands of years, leaders have looked for a torch to cut through this fog. Today, we find that the torch isn't, present in an unlikely place. It's 7,000-year-old Sanskrit verse mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, verse 9. On the surface, it describes the divine, but for a leader, it describes the ultimate executive mindset. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. Let's look at the verse itself. The verse says, and the quote starts, the omniscient, the oldest, the controller, smaller than an atom, the sustainer of everything, the inconceivable, and as effulgent as the sun, driving away all darkness. And quote close. To a CEO, these aren't just theological adjectives. They are the 7 pillars of visionary leadership. Let's break down one by one. The verse called the divine, smaller than an atom, and simultaneously the sustainer of everything. In business, we call this macro-micro paradox. But the CEO fails because they lean too far one way. They are either big picture dreamer who miss the accounting fraud happening under their nose, or they are the micromanagers who stifle innovation because they can't see the horizon. Bhagavad Gita tells us that the true mastery is being able to see the atom, the tiny data point, the single customer complaint, the line of code, while simultaneously sustaining the entire ecosystem of the brand. Driving out darkness starts with total visibility. You cannot lead what you cannot see, whether it is as small as an atom or as large as a global supply chain. The verse use a term which is inconceivable. In the C-suite, we often rely on predictive analytics. We want everything to be conceivable, measurable, and also certain. But the darkness of the market often comes from the black swan event, the things we don't see coming, right? Learning from Bhagavad Gita means accepting the inconceivable. A great CEO doesn't just plan for what they know. They build a culture resilient enough to handle what they don't know. This is the difference between a rigid company and an anti-fragile one. When you stop fearing the inconceivable, you take away its power to paralyze you. Finally, we reach the climax of the verse. A personality as effulgent as the sun, driving away the darkness. What is the darkness in a company? It is the fear, where employees are too scared to tell the truth. It is where the departments hide information from each other. It is the ego where leaders need to be, right, outweighed the need to be successful. The effulgent CEO is one who brings radical transparency. Just as the sun doesn't fight the dark, it simply arrives and the dark ceases to be. Dark just goes away. A leader who leads with the Gita's principles of light doesn't have to fix every problem manually. Their presence, their ethics, and their clarity create an environment where dark behavior simply cannot survive. When you are effulgent, you provide the why for your company, and as a leader once said, he who has why to live can bear almost anyhow. So how do we apply chapter 8 verse 9 starting tomorrow morning? Practice omniscience. Don't just look at the reports. Seek to understand the soul of your product. Be a sustainer. Remember that your role is to support your team, not just to support by themselves. Drive out shadows. If there is a part of your business you are avoiding looking at, and that is where the darkness is, shine your light there first. Leadership is not about just quarterly results. It's about being the oldest, the most grounded, the effulgent, and also most inspiring. Bhagavad Gita isn't just a book of philosophy. It's a manual for the highest form of management. Go forth, lead like sun, and drive out the darkness. Friends, thanks for listening. If you have any questions, any suggestion, any opinion, please do not hesitate to send it across in the comment section below. Before I part ways, I will have to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, the big question that we want to tackle today is, can the ancient wisdom make you a better leader in 2026? In this video we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 8 to uncover the secret of equanimity for modern executives, which is very essential. We will discover why the most successful CEOs aren't just masters of the market, they are the master of their own mind. Let us explore this further.
In the world of high-stake business, we are taught to chase the gold. We celebrate the record-breaking IPOs, the quarterly wins, and the market dominance. On the flip side, we are taught to fear the mud, the PR crisis, the missed targets, and the economic downturns. But as a CEO, and all CEO knows this constant oscillation between euphoria and anxiety is quite exhausting. It leads to burnout, biased decision making, and the leadership style that is reactive rather than strategic. What if there is a way to lead from the place of total stability, a state of mind where your internal peace isn't tied to the stock ticker? Over 7,000 years ago, a profound piece of wisdom was shared on a battlefield that is more relevant to the modern boardroom than any MBA syllabus. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 8. Today we are going to dive deep and break down how this one verse can transform you into an unshakable CEO. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let us look at the verse itself. The quote starts, "A person is said to be established in self-realization and it's called a yogi when he is fully satisfied by the virtue of the acquired knowledge and realization. Such a person is situated in transcendence and is self-controlled. He sees everything, whether it is pebbles, stone or gold, as one and the same thing." Quote close. For a CEO, this doesn't mean you stop caring about your company. It means you change your relationship with the results. The verse identify three key areas, three key traits of the unshakable leaders. First, acquired knowledge combined with practical experience. Obviously, you can't shake that off. Number two, control over the senses, which includes your ego as well, and also different kinds of extensions that you may have. Number three, ability to see stones and mud and gold with an equal eye, right? That is quite difficult. Now let's get real about the gold and mud. Just look at your office. The gold is that massive Series C funding or being featured on the cover of Forbes magazine. When things are gold, your ego expands. We think we have figured it out, all of it. We become overconfident, take reckless risk, and lose the humility that built the company in the first place. The mud is the supply chain collapse, the key executive quitting, or the negative cycle, some sort of a press release which is negative in nature. When we hit the mud, we panic. We make short-term decisions based on fear, which often makes the situation worse. The Gita tells us that the self-realized leader sees these as equal. Why? Because they are both external and temporary. If your happiness is tied to the gold, you are a slave to the market. If your identity is destroyed by the mud, you aren't leading, you are merely reacting. The unshakable CEO realizes that the value of the soul and the integrity of the mission do not change based on the material outcome of the day. How do we actually implement this? It comes down to 3 pillars. Pillar number 1, knowledge versus realization. Most CEOs have the gyan, which is book knowledge. They know the spreadsheet, but the Gita tells you to get into realized wisdom. This is the gut feeling backed by a calm mind. It is knowing that this too shall pass, right? So what action you can take? When the crisis hit, don't just look at the data. Sit in silence for 5 minutes to separate your identity from the problem. Alright, moving on to the pillar number 2. Sensory mastery. In modern terms, this is the emotional intelligence. Your senses react to notification, angry emails, and market rumors. A leader, who has a filter, they can choose which input to react to. They don't let a bad morning meeting ruin a $1 billion afternoon strategy, right? You need to keep them separate. Moving on to pillar number 3, the equal vision. This is the hardest part. Seeing gold and stones as equal doesn't mean you trade gold for stones. It means you don't let the gold intoxicate you and you don't let the stones depress you. You remain your behavior is very steadfast like a rock, the unchanging center of the storm. When you become unshakable, your decisions, making capability improves. In fact, it improves so good, it becomes clinical in nature. Think of a surgeon. A surgeon cannot afford to be excited by the patient's wealth or disgusted by their wounds. They must see their anatomy as it is to perform the operation. The unshakable CEO performs market surgery because you aren't desperate for the gold or terrified of the mud. You see the truth of the situation. You see opportunities where others see disaster. You see risk where others see easy wins. This objectivity is the highest form of business intelligence. Becoming an unshakable CEO isn't the weekend workshop. It's a daily practice of returning to your center. So friends, next time when you are in a high pressure meeting, or the next time you are in celebrating some sort of a win, a massive win, remember chapter 6 verse 8. Ask yourself, am I reacting to the gold or am I standing on the rock? Success is a byproduct of the steady mind. Build the mind and the business will follow. If this ancient perspective on the modern leadership resonates with you, hit the subscribe button, share this with your fellow leaders who need to find their center today. Lead with wisdom, lead with peace, become an unshakable CEO. So we have come to the end of our session today. Before I move on to the next section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. and these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। और आज 1 जुलाई है और आज बुधवार है, और आप सबको पता है कि बुधवार का दिन जो है वो गणेश भगवान के लिए समर्पित है। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले भगवान की पूजा करेंगे, भगवान की स्तुति करेंगे, जिससे हमारा जो दिन है वो हमेशा मंगलमय रहे। तो हर रोज की तरह हम गणेश जी का ध्यान करेंगे और मंत्र का उच्चारण 11 दफा करेंगे। और हर रोज की तरह मैं ये काउंटर यूज करूंगा। देखिए मेरे पास काउंटर है। आप कैसे भी ये मंत्र का उच्चारण कर सकते हैं। आप अपने मन में गिन के भी कर सकते हैं या माला का भी उपयोग कर सकते हैं। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ लीजिए और हम इस मंत्र का उच्चारण अब शुरू करेंगे। ओम गणेशाय नमः। तो मंत्र का उच्चारण ऐसे करेंगे, ओम गम गणपते नमः। दोबारा रिपीट करता हूं, ओम गम गणपते नमः। तो चलिए हम अब इसका उच्चारण करते हैं, 11 दफा करेंगे, ध्यान रखिएगा। ओम गम गणपते नमः। 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 तो हमने आज अपनी पूजा की है गणेश भगवान की, आज उनका दिन है। और चलिए हम अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं। हम अपने जो दूसरे कार्य हैं वो स्टार्ट करते हैं। आपका भी दिन मंगलमय हो, शुभ हो, इसी कामना के साथ मैं इस वीडियो को बंद करता हूँ। मिलता हूँ जल्दी दूसरे वीडियो में। Hello friends, Namaskaram. Let me ask you, are you constantly chasing the next quarterly result at the expense of long-term sustainable growth? If yes, then you have reached the right place. Because in this video, we dive deep into this profound question and we will take help from Bhagavad Gita, a timeless piece of wisdom that offers a radical strategy for the modern CEO. This verse, which we are going to discuss today, is going to change your perspective and inculcate your buddhi yoga as a competitive advantage. Let's go and explore this further. Friends, if you are a CEO, a founder, or a leader, you know the feeling. It is the late Sunday night email check. It's the anxiety before the quarterly earning call. It is the constant gaining pressure to hit the next milestone, to land the next client, to inflate the valuation of another 10%. We call this ambition, we call it growth. But if we are being honest with ourselves, often it is just a form of a fear. We are living in an era of hyper acceleration. The market demands results and it demands them now. But here is the paradox that most leaders ignore. The more you obsess over the result, the fruit of your action, the more likely you are to compromise the very strategy required to achieve it. Today, we are going to look at the piece of the ancient wisdom from Bhagavad Gita, specifically chapter 2, verse 49, that offers a counterintuitive, radical strategy for modern leadership. It's a guide to longevity, sanity, and ultimately better performance. So, friends, if you have reached so far, please let me know the name of your city or a country from where you are, tuned in and watching this video. All right, let's proceed further. Let's look at the verse, chapter 2, verse 49, and the quote start. Choose to act on the basis of disciplined intelligence rather than desire for enjoyment. Only the miserly cling to the fruit of action, O conqueror of wealth. And the quote close. So I want you to focus on the phrase, only the miserly cling to the fruit of action. In the corporate world, we usually think of a miser as someone who, hoard money. But here is the Gita that is pointing to a psychological state. When you are miser in business, you are holding the outcome in your mind. You are so attached to the bonus, stock prices, or the public perception of success that you become terrified of any action that might threaten that result. So when you become attached to the fruit, the result you stop being effective as a strategist. You become reactionary. You start making short-term decisions that hurt the long-term health of the organization just to hit a quarterly target. You are no longer leading, you are gambling. So what is the alternative? The verse offers a solution, which is buddhi yoga, or disciplined intelligence. The disciplined intelligence is the ability to decouple your identity from the outcome. It's not about being indifferent. It's not about saying, I don't care if the company fails. It's exactly the opposite. It is the ability to throw 100% of your energy, your passion, your talent into the work itself, into the product design, the team culture, the client relationship, while remaining mentally detached from whether the specific quarterly number hits the target or not. Well, why? Because you are detached from the fruit. You are free to make the right decisions, not the safe decisions. Imagine you are the CEO, you have two options. Cut R&D funding to boost the quarter's profits, or maintain R&D to ensure product remains market leading for the next 5 years. So if you are a miserly clinging to the fruits of action, you will cut R&D every single time. You choose the short-term sugar rush for better quarterly report. If you possess disciplined intelligence, you look at the strategy objectively. You do what the business requires for the long haul, and you stay on the course. This is not just a philosophy, this is the competitive advantage. When you act without attachment to the results, you lower your cholesterol levels, you reduce your anxiety that leads to burnout. You create psychological safety, not for your teams, because you aren't lashing out with things don't go according to the perfect linear plan. In a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world that we call the VUCA environment, the CEO is unattached to outcome is the most dangerous person in the room. Why? Because they are the only one who can see reality as it is, not as they need it to be satisfy their ego. So when you stop chasing the result, you ironically start producing better ones. Think about the greatest leader in history. They weren't focused on the applause. They were focused on the mission. They were focused on dharma, the duty of the role. When you focus on the quality of your input, the output becomes naturally a byproduct, not a source of the stress. So, friends, how do you apply this? How do you move from miserly CEO to conqueror CEO? First, there are a few things you must do, starting with goal audit. Look at your current KPI. Ask yourself, am I pursuing this because it's fundamentally vital for our mission, or because I'm afraid of how the board or the market will judge me if I miss it? Second, embrace the process orientation. In your next leadership meeting, stop talking about the quarterly target for 5 minutes. Talk about the quality of the current process. Is your team working with integrity? Is your product is solving a real life problem? Is the process is excellent? The result will follow. If the process is broken, no amount of chasing will save you or your company. Now, third, practice radical acceptance. When a result is not what you wanted, practice pausing. Detach from for a moment. analyze what went wrong in the strategy, not just the frustration of the outcome. This is how you develop the disciplined intelligence that is mentioned in chapter 2 verse 49. The CEO longevity is not about surviving the quarter, it's about building a legacy that survives the decade. The Gita reminds us to be a conqueror, not a miser. Conquer is the urge to trade your long-term vision for short-term gain. Conquer the fear of unknown by anchoring yourself in disciplined intelligence. Stop chasing results. Start perfecting your actions. So, friends, if you found this breakdown helpful, share it with your colleagues who is feeling the weight of the quarterly grind. And remember, true leadership isn't found in the fruit you harvest. It's found in the seed you plant with intelligence and integrity. Thanks for watching. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. And I will catch you again in the next one.
आकाश हमेशा से मानवता का सबसे बड़ा रहस्य रहा है। जब ग्रह एक साथ आकाश में पंक्तिबद्ध होते हैं तो ये दृश्य केवल खगोल विज्ञान का गणित नहीं बल्कि संस्कृति और कल्पना का उत्सव बन जाता है। मायन सभ्यता ने इन्हें समय का चक्र का संकेत माना है। यूनानी और रोमन ने इन्हें देवताओं की इच्छा समझते थे वे लोग, और भारतीय ऋषि ने इन्हें जीवन के शुभ अशुभ का फलादेश से जोड़ा। आज भी जब बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति जैसे ग्रह एक साथ चमकते हैं तो हमें याद आता है कि ब्रह्मांड की भाषा केवल दूरबीनों और समीकरणों से नहीं बल्कि मिथकों, कविताओं और कहानियों से भी समझी जाती है। यही निरंतरता प्राचीन आकाश दर्शन से आधुनिक विज्ञान तक मानवता का साझा यात्रा ये रही है। और जहां ज्योतिष, प्रतीकवाद और विज्ञान खोजे एक ही आकाश के दो पहलू बन जाते हैं। तो चलिए जानते हैं इसके बारे में और कुछ ज्यादा। रात का आकाश सदियों से मानवता के लिए रहस्य और आकर्षण का स्रोत रहा है। जब तीन ग्रह बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति एक साथ आकाश में सीधे से दिखाई देते हैं तो ये केवल खगोल विज्ञान का अद्भुत दृश्य नहीं होता बल्कि संस्कृति, इतिहास और मानव कल्पना का भी उत्सव बन जाता है। बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति की ये ग्रह परेड का चर्चा करना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि यह केवल चमकदार आकाशीय दृश्य नहीं है, विज्ञान, संस्कृति और इतिहास को सार्थक रूप से जोड़ता है। लगभग 12 जून 2026 को सूर्यास्त के बाद पश्चिम दिशा में ये देखे गए हैं और वहां आपको ये उज्जवल परेड, ग्रहों की परेड दिखाई देगी। और बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति शाम के आकाश में एक साथ इकट्ठे हुए थे और ये एक छोटी सी जो परेड है क्योंकि इसमें केवल 3 ग्रह शामिल हैं, लेकिन 2026 की सबसे आसान ग्रह परेड में से एक है क्योंकि सभी 3 ग्रह हम बिना दूरबीनों के अपनी आंखों से हमने देखे। एक स्थान से अपने स्थान से हम आकाश के इन 3 ग्रहों को जल्दी और आसानी से खोजने के लिए स्टार वॉक 2 जैसे ऐप का भी उपयोग कर सके थे। और बुध और सूर्य के सबसे निकट अपनी तेज गति से आकाश में चमकता है ये, और शुक्र जिसे प्राचीन सभ्यताओं ने सुबह का तारा और शाम का तारा कहा है, अपनी उज्जवल आभा से रात को रोशन उसने किया था। और बृहस्पति देवताओं के राजा आप अपनी विशालता और चमक से आकाश के प्रभुत्व में जमाता है और उस दिन भी जमाया था। जब ये तीनों एक साथ आकाशीय रेखा में खड़े हुए थे तो ऐसा लगा जैसे कि मानो ब्रह्मांड स्वयं कोई कथा सुना रहा हो। इतिहास में ऐसे ग्रह संयोग को शुभ या अशुभ संकेत माना गया है। भारतीय ज्योतिष में ग्रहों की स्थिति को मानव जीवन से जोड़ा गया है, तो यूनानी और रोमन सभ्यताओं ने इन्हें देवताओं के संदेश के रूप में देखा। आज विज्ञान हमें बताता है कि केवल ग्रहों की कक्षा का गणितीय परिणाम है, लेकिन परंतु इसका जो सांस्कृतिक महत्व है अब भी उतना ही गहरा है और उतना ही डीप है। इस परेड को देखना केवल वैज्ञानिक जिज्ञासा नहीं, बल्कि एक साझा अनुभव है। दुनिया भर के लोग एक ही समय पर आकाश की ओर देखते हैं और बहुत ही अचंभित भर जाते हैं, अचंभा से भर जाते हैं। ये हमें याद दिलाता है कि चाहे हमारी भाषाएं, हमारी संस्कृतियां और सीमाएं अलग हो, परंतु आकाश सबका है, एक साझा कैनवास जिस पर ब्रह्मांड अपनी कलाकारी करता रहता है। ग्रहों की ये परेड हमें यह भी सिखाती है कि ब्रह्मांड में सब कुछ एक लय और एक ताल में चलता है। जैसे कि संगीत के सुरों का संगम होता है, वैसे आकाश में ग्रहों का संगम हमें सामंजस्य और संतुलन का भी संदेश देता है। और यदि आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके हमें बताइए कि आप किस शहर से जुड़े हैं, किस भाषा में ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं। इससे हमें अपने चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में मदद मिलती है। और आइए अब चलते हैं, अपनी चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। मानव सभ्यता की शुरुआत से ही आकाश की ओर देखना केवल जिज्ञासा नहीं, बल्कि जीवन का मार्गदर्शन रहा है। ये ग्रह एक साथ आकाश में दिखाई देते हैं तो ये दृश्य प्राचीन सभ्यताओं के लिए देवताओं का संकेत माना जाता था। मायन सभ्यता ने ग्रहों की गति को अपने कैलेंडर और अनुष्ठानों से जोड़ा। उनके लिए ग्रहों का संगम समय के चक्रव्यूह को समझने का साधन हुआ करता था। यूनानी और रोमन सभ्यताओं में इन देवताओं, इसे तो पूरा जो परेड होती है ग्रहों की, उसको देवताओं की इच्छा की तरह उसको समझा गया और माना गया। बृहस्पति का उदय शक्ति का प्रतीक, शुक्र का चमकना प्रेम और सौंदर्य का संकेत। भारतीय परंपरा में ग्रहों की स्थिति को ज्योतिषीय गणना से जोड़ा गया है। वैदिक ऋषियों ने ग्रहों के संयोग को शुभ या अशुभ फलादेश से जोड़ा और ये परंपरा आज भी जीवित है। दो ज्योतिष प्रतीकवाद ग्रहों की परेड को दो ज्योतिष से अत्यंत शक्तिशाली माना गया है। बुध बुद्धि का संचार का प्रतीक, शुक्र प्रेम और कला और सौंदर्य का प्रतीक, और बृहस्पति ज्ञान धर्म और विस्तार का प्रतिनिधि करता है। जब ये तीनों एक साथ आते हैं तो इसे मानव जीवन से परिवर्तन या नए अवसर या सामूहिक ऊर्जा का संकेत माना जाता है। यही कारण है कि आज भी ग्रहों की जो परेड है वो सांस्कृतिक विमर्श से प्रासंगिक बनी हुई है। कथा, कला और संस्कृति मूल्य ऐसे आकाशीय संगम केवल गणितीय घटनाएं नहीं, बल्कि कथा कौशल के स्रोत हैं। एंड अगर हम जो स्टोरीज हैं, जो कहानियां हैं, उनके बारे में सोचें, या देवताओं के मिलन का जो कहानियां होती हैं उनके बारे में सोचें, या युद्ध हो या आशीर्वाद हो, ये सारी कहानियों में हमें यही संकेत मिलता है कि ये जो पूरा संगम हो रहा है तीन ग्रहों का, जो हुआ था 12 जून के आसपास, वो कितना ही महत्वपूर्ण है, जो हमारे जीवन से जुड़ा हुआ है। कला, चित्रकार, मूर्ति कला, ये ग्रहों का संगम माना जाता है। कविताएं आकाशीय घटनाओं को प्रेम या आशा या नियति के रूप में प्रस्तुत करती रही हैं और आज भी करती हैं। आज भी जब लोग ग्रहों की परेड देखते हैं तो उन्हें ये प्रेरणा मिलती है, वो प्रेरित होते हैं कि नई कविताएं लिखने के लिए, चित्र बनाने के लिए, विज्ञान की को एक्चुअली संस्कृति से जोड़ने के लिए। आधुनिक विज्ञान से निरंतरता हम समझते हैं, क्योंकि जो ग्रह है वो एक स्पेस है जहां पर कई सारी जो इनोवेशंस, कई सारी खोजें की जा रही हैं। हम आज जानते हैं कि ग्रहों का संगम केवल उनकी कक्षाओं का परिणाम है, परंतु ये तथ्य प्राचीन परंपराओं को नकारता नहीं, बल्कि उन्हें और गहराई से देखता है, उसको गहराई से स्टडी करने की के लिए हम सभी को प्रेरित करता है। खगोल विज्ञान हमें बताता है कि ग्रहों की गति गणित के नियमों से संचालित होती है। ये तो सभी बात जानते हैं। और लेकिन अगर हम संस्कृति की बात करें, तो संस्कृति हमें याद दिलाती है कि इन नियमों को समझने के लिए मानव ने मिथक या ज्योतिष का सहारा लिया, पहले भी लिया और कभी कभी का हम आज भी लेते हैं। प्राचीन आकाश दर्शन से लेकर आधुनिक दूरबीनों तक यह यात्रा हमें दिखाती है या हमें सिखाती है कि विज्ञान और संस्कृति की एक का ही ये आकाश है, लेकिन उसके दो पहलू हैं जिसको हम अलग अलग तरीके से देखते हैं और उसको अलग अलग तरीके से समझते हैं। आज के समय में जब तकनीक में हमें दूरदर्शिता मिल चुकी है, आकाश गंगाओं की तस्वीरें हमें दिखाई देती हैं और अंतरिक्ष यान और मंगल के ऊपर खोज हो रही है, मंगल की तरफ हमारी यात्रा हमारी बढ़ने को है अभी आजकल, तब भी ऐसे सरल दृश्य 3 ग्रहों का एक साथ चमकना हमें उतना ही रोमांचित करता है और हमें अपनी जड़ें से की ओर ले जाता है, हमें अपनी हिस्ट्री की तरफ ले जाता है। और उस समय जब हम हिस्ट्री की बात करते हैं तो कई सारी जो खोजें जो हमारे प्राचीन ऋषियों ने और खगोल विद जो लोग हैं उन्होंने की हैं, उनकी तरफ भी हमारा ध्यान आकर्षित कराता है। जब प्राचीन ऋषि और खगोलविद जो आकाश को देख कर समय और ऋतु का निर्धारण करते थे, ये भी बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है इस पूरे डिस्कशन का। ग्रहों की परेड केवल एक खगोलीय घटना नहीं, ये तो आपको मानना पड़ेगा, बल्कि एक सांस्कृतिक उत्सव है और हमें जो विज्ञान और अध्यात्म, गणित और कविता सबको एक सूत्र में बांधने का ये अवसर भी है। ग्रहों की परेड का चर्चा करना केवल वैज्ञानिक दृष्टि से नहीं, बल्कि सांस्कृतिक और मानवीय दृष्टि से भी काफी आवश्यक है। यह हमें बताता है कि आकाश केवल तारों और ग्रहों का समूह नहीं, बल्कि मानवता की साझा कथा है और जो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग है। और जहां विज्ञान और आध्यात्म, गणित और कविता जब एक साथ मिलते हैं तो डेफिनेटली एक यूनिक संगम को हम देखते हैं। तो हम अपनी डिस्कशन के अंतिम पड़ाव पे पहुंच चुके हैं। कृपया हमारे चैनल को लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलिए। इस विषय पर अगर आपका कोई कमेंट है तो जरूर साझा कीजिए। हम आपसे फिर दोबारा मिलेंगे बहुत ही जल्द। अपना ख्याल रखिए। नमस्कार।
हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कार। Have you ever wondered why most strategy fail? And what is the CEO's secret to lasting business success? In the world of constant disruption, quarterly shifts, and the fleeting trends, how do you build a business that actually lasts? Therefore, in this video, we try and decode one of the most profound lessons from Bhagavad Gita and apply it to modern executive leadership. The verse is verse 16 mentioned in chapter 2. For the modern CEO, this isn't just a philosophy, it is a high level strategic framework for resilience and decision making. Let's go. Welcome back, friends. If you are a business leader or an entrepreneur, you know the feeling. You are looking at the screen filled with red and green numbers, tracking the latest tech disruption, or worrying about the pivot in the global supply chain. We are taught that the change is the only constant. We build our career on being adaptable, on being agile, on being predicting the next big thing. But today, I want to challenge that. I want to invite you to look at your business and your life through a lens that is thousands of years old. We are looking at the single verse from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 16. It's a verse about finding the indestructible in a world that feels incredibly temporary. It's about how a CEO, if you only focus on changing surface of the business, you will burn out. But if you tap into what never changes, you become an unstoppable centered leader. And the verse quote, and the quote starts, that which is temporary is not the ultimate reality, because the ultimate reality is unchangeable and indestructible. This is the conclusion derived by the wise who have pondered on the subject at length. And the quote close. So friends, if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed. Let us break down the boardroom. The temporary is your revenue targets, your current product cycle, your marketing trends, and your stock price. These things change. They are, by definition, the temporary realities, and therefore they are volatile. The ultimate reality is which is unchangeable and indestructible, is the core purpose, the foundational value, and the human essence behind your business. Think about it. Has the fundamental human desire for trust, quality, or genuine connections ever changed? No. Technology changes and also how we deliver that value, but the hunger for that value is constant. The wise, as the text says, know that you must build your strategy on the permanent while managing the temporary. So why do most business fails? Not because their tech wasn't good, but because they lost the sight of their ultimate reality. We live in a cycle of constant reactivity. A competitor launches a new feature, so we pivot. The market dips, so we slash our culture and also budget. We treat our company like it's only the temporary numbers. When you do that, you lose your center. You become a leaf in the wind. Verse 16 is a wake up call. It tells us that if you are only chasing the temporary, you are chasing an illusion. You are building on sand. A CEO who identifies entirely with the temporary success of a quarter will experience fear when that success fades away. Definitely, But a CEO who operates from the unchangeable, their vision, their ethics, their commitment to service, that CEO lead with calm, indestructible authority. So, how do we apply this tomorrow morning to our work, to our daily life? First, conduct a reality audit. Take your current projects and ask, is this a temporary tactical move, or is this rooted in our indestructible core? If it is temporary tactic, like a pricing shift, that's fine. Manage it, but don't worship it. Don't let your self worth or your company identity be defined by it. Second, focus on the indestructible. What is that one thing about your company, if you were to remove it, would make your company cease to exist, to be itself? For many, it's a core belief in innovation or deep customer empathy. There is, the ultimate reality. When the market are chaotic, double down on that core. And that is what provides stability for your team, your investors, and also yourself. As a leader, your job isn't just to predict the future. Your job is to anchor your team in the present. When you show up with the understanding that while external circumstances are constantly shifting, your integrity and purpose are unchangeable. Your team gains confidence. They stop fearing the disruption because they see you as a leader standing in the ultimate reality. You become the eye of the storm. So, if I leave you with this reflection, what in your business is temporary? Please find out. And are you mistaking it for your ultimate reality? Also, you need to work on this, right? So, this is a task for today. Pause, ponder, and realize that most successful, long lasting businesses are those that mastered the art of holding the temporary with a loose grip while anchoring themselves firmly in the indestructible. So friends, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for joining in. Take this lesson, lead with clarity, and build something that truly endures. See you in the next one. Hello friends and namaskaram. Let me ask you, is your leadership strategy built to last, or is it just surviving the current quarter? This is a very difficult question. If you know the answer, you can share it in the comments below. Otherwise, in this video, we will explore a transformative lesson for modern CEOs from Bhagavad Gita. While the business landscape is defined by the volatility, rapid disruption, and endless cycle of creative destruction, this ancient wisdom offers a profound perspective on resilience and vision. Let's go. If you are a CEO today, you are likely operating in a state of perpetual crisis, whether it's a market disruption, rapid technological shifts, or the relentless pressure of quarterly results. It feels like the body of your business is constantly under threat. But what if I told you that the most successful long-term leaders in history, the one whose impact spans generations, has have a secret, and it's like sharing a secret in this video. It's not a new management framework or better AI tool. It's a 5,000-year-old perspective on reality. Today we're looking at CEO's immortal strategy derived from one of the most powerful words in Bhagavad Gita, which is chapter 2 verse 20. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's look at the verse. The verse starts and the quote begins, "There is no birth or death for the soul, nor does it ever cease to be. It is birthless, ageless, eternal, without a beginning or an end. Even with the destruction of the body, the soul is not destroyed." And the quote close. In a business context, what is the body and what is the soul? The body is your current product line, your quarterly revenue, your office space, even your current job title. These are temporary. They shift, they rise, and inevitably they undergo changes or destruction. What is the soul? This is your company's core purpose, its mission, and your fundamental vision. These are the aspects of your business that are ageless and eternal. The mistakes many CEO makes is attaching their entire identity and their entire strategic focus to the body while ignoring the soul. So how does a CEO operationalize this? How do you apply immortal thinking to the finite quarterly cycle? There are a few things that you need to do. First, stop managing the decay. When you focus purely on the body of your business, the metrics that fluctuate, you live in a state of fear. You fear losing market share. You fear the next innovation that might make your product obsolete. But if your strategy is rooted in your core purpose, you stop fearing death. You start disrupting, and you think that is not the end. But as shedding of the old to the make way for the new, that is what you do as if you are not fearful, right? You're not holding on to things. Second, decoupling identity from the outcome. The most effective leader is like obsessed, observed, and those who can sit in the board meeting, face a disaster revenue report, and remain completely unshaken. Why? Because they know that a bad quarter is not the death sentence for their mission. They view their leadership as a process of service, not just just a game of numbers, etc. Third, think in eternity cycle. If this company were to disappear tomorrow, what value would remain? What is the soul of your brand? When you answer that, your daily decision changes. You stop chasing short-term growth at any cost and start building a legacy that truly outlasts your tenure. When you realize that your purpose is birthless and ageless, the stress of the current situation changes from heavy burden into strategic challenge. You are no longer fighting for survival, you are executing a vision. This isn't about being passive or ignoring the bottom line, it's about being unshakable. An immortal strategy means you're playing a game that no one can force you to quit. It transforms your leadership style from reactive management to proactive creation. So, as you head back into your week, today is Monday, right? I want you to ask yourself one question. Are you currently over invested in the body of your business, or are you nurturing its soul? The business might face challenges, the market might change, but if you lead with this eternal perspective, your vision remains indestructible. If this resonates with you, we can discuss it further if you have any specific question. What is the soul of your business? How do you protect it during the hard times? Please drop a comment below and let's keep this conversation going. And I'll look forward to receiving your thoughts. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And remember, lead with purpose, think with eternity, and stay unshakable. See you in the next one.
Long before telescope pierced the sky, Lagad's verses and the Siddhantic model dared to chart the dance of eclipse and celestial cycle. They transformed the cosmic mysteries into patterns of prediction, turning the heavens into grand clockwork that guided the rituals, harvest, and the human destiny. In their rhythm lies the echoes of our modern quest, from AI driven astronomy to climate cycles, proving that the ancient gaze at the star still illuminates the future. So let's find out more about Lagat, the first timekeeper of the stars. Lagat, often regarded as one of the earliest Indian astronomers, stands at the threshold of humanity's attempt to to systemize the heavens. His Vedanga Jyotish was not merely a manual for ritual timing. It was a profound attempt to align human life with celestial rhythm. In those verses, eclipse, solstices, and the lunar cycles were not mystical accidents, but predictable phenomena woven into the cosmic order that could be calculated, anticipated, and honored. The Vedanga Jyotish revealed how uh, early human used to track the lunar month and aligned ritual calendar with the celestial cycle. Lagarde's insight show a sophisticated awareness of astronomy for his time. He described the constellations, seasonal markers, and the method for calculating solstices and equinox. So, in this essence, he transformed the sky watching into a structured science, bridging ritual practices with cosmic order. This was the seed of what later bloomed into Siddhantic traditions, a lineage of astronomical trustees that defined the planetary models, mapped eclipse with increasing precision, and sought to reconcile the observation with theory. Thus, a Siddhantic model from Aryabhat to Varahamitra carried Lagarde's impulse forward. They treated eclipse as a natural event causing by the interplay of earth, sun, and moon, stripping away the superstition and replacing it with the geometry and cycles. These texts became the most kind of a standing trustees with the cosmos influencing even the Islamic astronomy and medieval Europe. and even the instruments of Jantar Mantar, which is in Delhi, centuries later. So they were not static sculptures, but evolving framework, absorbing new observations and recalibrating the celestial clock. The Vedang Jyotish, a text that systemized the astronomical knowledge during the late Vedic period. And his work was not abstract theory alone. It was a deeply practical design to help priests determine the correct timing for ritual by observing the movements of sun, moon, and stars. When we talk about 26 and these theories, these all written text and the observation, they resonate even today, which is really very striking. As the James Webb Space Telescope peer into the exoplanetary system and AI model simulate the cosmic dynamics, Lagat's the vision of cyclic order feels uncannily modern. So, his insistence that the ritual, agriculture, and the society must be synchronized with celestial cycle even mirror today's quest for sustainability, where the climate model, satellite data, and ecological rhythm demand human alignment with the planetary system. The Siddhantic tradition's emphasis on predictive accuracy and which echoes in the contemporary algorithm and the forecast eclipse, solar storms, and orbital mechanics with a breakthrough precision. So, beyond science, these ancient trustees remind us of humanity and its versus its practices in an age where the technology attempts us to dominate. The nature, Lagad's cosmic whisper of coexistence, the eclipse. So that is also very, very important when these actually all trustees, all ideas and observation, which were actually established way before all these modern science evolved. So all the basis of the modern science actually take, which is built on the nested theories which has been established by Lagat way back in antiquity in India. So, when going forward, the eclipse, once feared, became a calculable wonder. Today, it is the spectacle that unites millions across the continent. The cycle he mapped reminds us that the progress is not linear but rhythmic. The civilization rise and fall is pattern as old as the stars. So, looking ahead, the impact of Lagat's and Siddhantic model lies in their fusion of observation, ritual, and philosophy. They offer a template for integrating science with culture, prediction with meaning. As humanity prepares for the lunar bases, Martian calendar, and interstellar voyages, the question of how to live in harmony with celestial cycle will resurface again and again, even in the future. So, Lagat's ancient verses may yet inspire a future where the cosmic order guide not only the ritual but the ethics of exploration. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, let's continue with this interesting discussion. So, we were talking about Lagat's profile when we talk about interstellar exploration and the cosmic and the stars. So the theory, the story of eclipse and the cycle is not confined to dusty manuscripts. So it is live in 2026 in telescope, in climate model, in collective awe of sky watchers. So Lagat's legacy is definitely a reminder that science begins with a wonder and that the rhythm of cosmos once charted in palm leaf manuscripts continues to shape the destiny of our species. His legacy lies in laying the foundation for later Indian astronomy. So, Lagat's text reminds us the earliest surviving record of astronomy in India. It also demonstrates how the ancient culture sought harmony between human life and celestial rhythms. A theme that continues to inspire both historians and astronomers today. His contribution is significant because it represents one of the earliest systematic attempt to codify the astronomical knowledge in India. By arranging this knowledge into a structured text, Lagat helped establish the astronomy as a scholarly discipline and linking ritual practice with celestial observation. This synthesis of science and spirituality became a hallmark for ancient Indian thought. For from rituals fire the cosmic cycle, Lagat's vision still burns bright, reminding us that the wisdom of star is as eternal as sky itself. Though the centuries have passed since Lagat first mapped the heaven, his vision endures. By turning ritual into rhythm and starlight into science, he gave India its earliest astronomy a legacy that still guide our understanding of cosmic order. So, in every calendar, in every calculation of time, echoes the wisdom of the sage who saw the universe not as a chaos but as a harmony. So now we have come to the end of this discussion, and please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward your comments on this topic. In case if you want to add more on Lagat's legacy, we will be happy to read and share. So see you in the next one. Take care. Bye. The idea of robots living alongside us has been belonged to the realm of science fiction. Yet today it is edging into the reality. With the debut of AI-powered robot designed specially for home use, the boundary between futuristic imagination and everyday life is dissolving. These machines are no longer confined to factory floors or research labs. They are stepping into kitchen, living room, bedroom, promising to transform the domestic routine. The debut of AI robots for domestic use is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one also. It sparks curiosity, inspires hope, ignites debate. So, are we welcoming helpful assistants into our lives or surveillance device disguised as a companion? The answer may shape not only the future of our household but also the broader relationship between human and intelligent machine. Artificial intelligence has begun to step out of the research lab and corporate offices into the most intimate of the space, our home. So debut of AI powered domestic robots marks a turning point in consumer technology, one that blends convenience with controversy. So these machines are designed to handle everyday tasks, tidying rooms, monitoring energy use, assisting with cooking, or even offering companionship. And this appeal lies in the promise of freeing up time, reducing household stress, and creating a seamless, smart living environment. For many consumers, the idea of robot that can anticipate the need and act autonomously and feel like natural is the next step after smart speakers and connected appliances. Yet that excitement is tempered by uneasy, and that is privacy debate over flared almost immediately. Unlike a vacuum robot that simply mop your floor plans, and these new AI robots can equipped with advanced sensory cameras, microphones. So they don't just clean, they observe, interpret, and learn. That means that they are constantly collecting data from household routine, personal habits, even private conversations. So, for some, this feels like inviting a surveillance device into the living room. The questions become who owns that data and how securely it is stored. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward, the consumer interest is undeniable. Early demonstrations have drawn crowds, and pre-orders suggest a strong demand. Families imagine robots that can help elderly relatives, parents, and vision assistants with the childcare. And the professionals see value in delegating some routine work. So, but alongside with enthusiasm, the critics warn of the risk of dependency and erosion of boundaries. So, if a robot can recognize emotions, respond to the stress, and adapt to the personal preferences, does it cross into the territories of replacing human interaction? So, and if the companies monetize the insight gathered from these robots, does the home cease to be a private sanctuary? So, this tension between innovation and intrusion defines the current debate. On one hand, AI robot for home use could actually revolutionize the domestic life. It can provide easiness in the domestic life, making homes safer, more efficient, and more responsive. On the other hand, they raise profound ethical questions about autonomy, consent, and surveillance. The debut of these robots is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one too. It actually forces society to grapple with what we value more: convenience or privacy, automation or intimacy. For now, the spotlight remains on consumer curiosity. The allure of futuristic living is strong, and many are eager to experiment. But as adoption spread, the conversation will inevitably shift from novelty to accountability. The home, once the most private space, is becoming the next frontier for AI, and how we navigate this frontier will shape not only our domestic life but also our broader relationship with technology. The arrival of AI robots in our home is more than a technical upgrade. It is definitely, as we are discussing, cultural shift. These machines promise efficiency, they also promise safety, and even the companionship, yet they are that is a challenge of our notion of privacy, intimacy within the household. So, as consumer embrace this, and society must also confront the deeper questions: how much of our personal lives are we willing to share with the machines, and who ultimately control that information? So that is that whether they become a trusted helper or controversial intruders will depend only on the technological itself, but also value we choose to uphold as we invite artificial intelligence into our most private corners of our lives. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. In a landmark deal that reshapes the global AI landscape, Meta has officially partnered with Reliance Industries to build its first ever AI-enabled data centers in India. Located in Jamnagar, Gujarat, this 168 megawatt facility is more than just infrastructure. It is a clear signal that India is rapidly becoming the backbone of the next generation of artificial intelligence. Let us explore this further. Hello everyone, my name is CK and welcome back to Akulmach Business. If you have been following the global tech landscape, you know the narrative has shifted. For years, the story of artificial intelligence was written almost exclusively in Silicon Valley. But today, the center of gravity is moving. Just day before yesterday, on June 10th, 2026, we saw a watershed moment. Meta has officially announced its first build-to-suit AI data center in India, located in Jamnagar, Gujarat, in partnership with Reliance Industries. We are talking about massive 168 megawatt facility that will eventually power some of the most advanced AI workloads on this planet. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright. But why India? Why is a global giant like Meta pouring such massive capital into our backyard? Today we are going to peel back the layers of this strategy. This isn't just about servers, it's about the intelligence era. Let's look at the logistics. Why Jamnagar? Reliance isn't building a warehouse, because usually all the big business of Reliance which are bulk in nature are all located in Jamnagar. So they are building a hyperscale campus. This facility isn't just powered by the grid, it is designed for sustainability using renewable energy and desalinated seawater for cooling. Meta is covering the cost to ensure this just isn't just big, it is efficient. And look at the geography. Jamnagar sits right next to the key undersea cable landing station. Meta is connecting this facility to Project Waterworth, the world's longest subsea cable system. This allows them to tie India's digital infrastructure directly to their global nervous system. For Meta, India isn't just a market of 1.4 billion people anymore. It is becoming a compute hub. They are betting that India's infrastructure can handle the most complex AI reasoning models, and they are backing it with over a gigawatt of renewable energy agreement with partners like CleanMax. Think back to 2016. The conversation in India was about the cost of the data. We led a revolution that made the internet accessible for everyone. Mukesh Ambani said recently, India cannot afford to rent intelligence. Therefore, we will have to reduce the cost of intelligence as dramatically as we did with the cost of data. And that is the mission. Meta's partnership with Reliance and their joint venture in artificial intelligence is aimed at democratizing high-end AI tools. And what is that we are talking about here? We're talking about starting with business agents, automating customer services across WhatsApp, Messenger, Instagram for millions of small businesses. Number two, creator assistant, giving the massive Indian creator economy the tools to analyze performance and generate content in real time. Meta is betting that if they provide the tool for intelligence, the Indian market will build the solution on top of it. So, why are they doing this now? Because the data is undeniably very important. A recent BCG report shows that India leads the world in workplace AI adoption. 97% of the Indian managers are using AI regularly. We aren't just consumers of technology, we are at its most enthusiastic implementers. When you combine our demography dividend, our massive technical talent pool, and now this world class infrastructure that Meta and Reliance are laying down, you got an ecosystem that is perfectly primed for a particular scaling. A global giant realized that if they want to win in AI, they don't just need to sell to India, they need to build in India. So, what does this mean for people like you and me? For the developers, for the business owners, and for the students watching this channel, it means the barriers to entry for AI innovation is collapsing. With the level of infrastructure, India is transitioning from service provider to global hub for AI driven transformation. We are no longer just outsourcing work, we are insourcing the intelligence revolution. As we see these data centers come online over the next 2 years, keep a close eye on the applications being built here. We are entering an era where your local business, your education system, your career will be powered by compute capacity that was previously unimaginable. So friends, once again, my name is CK and this is Akulmach Business. If you found this deep dive valuable, hit that like button, subscribe subscribe to the channel and let me know in the comments, do you think India will become the #1 global destination for AI development by 2030? Let us discuss it more, and I await your messages and opinions. See you in the next one. Hello friends, in this episode of Akulmach World, we dive into one of the most baffling discoveries in the modern astronomy. And that is about a galaxy core that refuses to move. Current astrophysical models dictate that the galactical center, driven by a supermassive black hole, and the gravitational dynamics should exhibit specific rotation patterns. Yet, we have found a motionless core that completely defies the laws of physics. Is there is a glitch in our observational technology, or we have discovered a fundamental flaw in our understanding of gravity and the cosmic evolution? Let's go and explore this further. Imagine you're watching a ballet. The dancers are fluid, moving in perfect rhythmic harmony. Suddenly, one dancer stops. They didn't stumble, they didn't slow down, they just freeze. They remain perfectly motionless while the rest of the stage continues its complex choreography. It's impossible, right? In the vast clockwork theater of our universe, galaxies are the ultimate dancers. For decades, we have relied on fundamental laws of gravity, angular momentum, and the sheer inertia of moving massive structures to explain why every galaxy we observe is spinning But what if I told you that we have discovered a galaxy that defies this very basic logic? A galaxy core so still, so eerily static that it shouldn't exist according to our current astrophysical models. Today, on Akulmach World, we are stepping into the physics' newest nightmare. We are going to pull back the curtain on the motionless galaxy core, explore why it shatters our understanding of the cosmic evolution, and ask the ultimate question: is our map of universe fundamentally flawed? So friend, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. Before we look at the anomaly, we have to understand the norms. Galaxies aren't just collection of stars. They are gravitational engines. Whether it is a spiral like our Milky Way or a massive elliptical, they almost always exhibit rotation. Think of it like a whirlpool in a bathtub. A water spiral towards the drain, it carries everything with it. Galaxies form from collapsing cloud of gas and dust due to conservation of angular momentum. That collapses, create a spin and a cosmic certainty. Historically, when astronomers look at the galaxy spectrum, they expected to see a messy, rotating distribution of stars and gas moving in and out, but collectively following a predictable rotation curve. Even when we see something weird, we assume it's just the angle of telescope or a chaotic merger. But this new discovery, and it is not the perspective trick, it's a genuine defiance of structural physics. So, what are we actually looking at? The astronomers have identified galaxies, some dating back to less than 2 billion years after the Big Bang, that simply aren't rotating. It's a standard model. The rotating galaxies are always standard, isn't it? These objects should be rotating disk, but their data shows stars moving in random, disordered, orderly manner or entirely static path. It's as if the whirlpool never started. Now, there are theories. Some suggest these galaxies formed from the merger of two galaxies with nearly opposite angular momentum, essentially cancelling each other out, a cosmic stalemate. Others look at the role of the dark matter. We have seen in the recent news the groundbreaking research suggesting that in some cases we might not even be looking at the supermassive black hole at the center, but perhaps a super dense, compact core of fermionic dark matter that mimics a black hole and the black hole's gravitational shadow without the need of a traditional rotational mechanism. But even these theories feel like patchwork on a broken engine. When we find more of these still galaxies, it suggests that our standard model of how galaxies are born is actually missing a huge piece of puzzle. So why does this matter to you and me? Because it proves that our laws of universe are really just our best guesses so far. Every time we find a nightmare like this one, it's a signal that universe is far more diverse and stranger than our simulation predicted. If the galaxies can form and survive without the engines of rotation, it changes how we calculate the mass of the universe, how we understand dark matter distribution, and even how we view the history of our own galaxy. We are living through an era of astronomical upheaval. The more we see, the more we realize that the clockwork universe is actually a lot more mysterious than we ever dared to imagine. Is this galaxy a cosmic glitch, or is it the first clue to a new branch of physics we haven't even named yet? The search continues as we refine our data from telescopes like James Webb and the next generation of deep space scanners. One thing is certain: the universe doesn't owe us an easy explanation, and that's exactly why we keep looking. My name is Chandrakant. If you found this deep dive into the impossible as fascinating as I did, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe to Akulmach World for more deep dives into the science that shift our reality. And friends, I will also like to know what you think. Is this a failure of gravity or a hidden secret of the dark matter? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Before I go, I will like to speak few words about the affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
A new eye is about to open upon the universe. An eye so wide it will sweep the heavens like no telescope before. The Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope is not just about any other machine. It is a cartographer of the cosmos poised to chart 1 lakh unseen world and the rogue wanderers that drift starless through the dark. With mirror that rivals Hubble and the field of a view 100 times greater, Roman will transform the night sky into a living atlas. Each planet a pin of possibility, each rogue world a story untold. This is not merely a science, it is exploration on the scale that redefines imagination. Romans gaze still stitch together galaxies, measure the invisible hand of dark energies, and reveal that universe is not sparse but teeming, restless, alive. And its sweep, humanity will find not only few planets, but new questions, new frontiers, and perhaps new homes. So let's find out more. The Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope is poised to become one of the NASA's most ambitious instruments, a sentinel designed to widen humanity's cosmic horizon. Unlike telescopes that focus narrowly on a distinct galaxies or nearby stars, Roman's mission is panoramic and to sweep the sky with unprecedented breadth and cataloging world that drift untethered planets and orbit sun far beyond our reach. This is a wide view which allows astronomers to detect up to 1 lakh new planets, a staggering expansion of known cosmic sensors. Among these will be rogue world, planets that wander the galaxies without a parent star, drifting like celestial nomads through the dark. Each discovery will not only add to the tally of the world but also deepens the mystery of planetary formation, migration, and survival in the vastness of space. Roma's design is marriage of precision and scale. Equipped with a 2.4-meter mirror comparable to Hubble's but paired with the advanced detector, It can capture image covering areas of sky 100 times larger than Hubble's field of view. This means the entire star field, galactical cluster, and planetary nurseries will be revealed in a detail and offering astronomers a tapestry of cosmic evolution. Beyond planet, Roman will probe the dark energies that accelerate the universe expansion, map our understanding of cosmic history. Yet its planetary catalogue may prove the most transformative, a reminder that the universe is not sparse but teeming with the world, each potential stage of chemistry, climate, and perhaps even life. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue with our discussion. In essence, the Nancy Grace Roman telescope is not just a machine, it is a promise that night sky hold far more than we have yet imagined, and that with each sweep of its gaze, humanity will step closer to answering that timeless question. What is that? Are we alone? Or are we one among countless travelers in universe of the world? So Roman is more than a machine, it is a storyteller of cosmos. Each discovery will be verse in the grand narratives of creation, migration, and survival, that again reminding us that the universe is not a silent void but a living expanse teeming with the world. So its mission is both scientific and poetic. To measure the invisible force of dark energy, to map galaxies like constellations of history, and to show us that the night sky is richer than our imagination dares. As Roman prepare to open its gaze, it carries with it the hope that somewhere among these countless worlds lies the answer of our most enduring question. So, in a sweep of Roman's vision, the universe will no longer be a distant mystery, but a vast, untold atlas of world. Each one a reminder that the cosmos is alive, infinite, and waiting to be known. So, we have come to the end of this live streaming on this interesting topic. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel, and I'll see you in the next one. In the hallowed halls of Vedic debates, where sages wrestle with the mysteries of existence, one voice arose with fearless clarity, a woman's voice. Gargi, Vachak Navi, and Brahmavadini of Upanishads did not merely join the discourse. She challenged it, questioning the very fabric of reality and daring to ask what lies beyond space, beyond time, and beyond known. She established gender equality. For her, the presence in the Upanishadic assemblies demonstrated the wisdom was not confined to men, but accessible to all seekers. Her courage was not conquest of land, but conquest of thoughts. A victory that will still reverberates in 2026, reminding us that the pursuit of truth is not the greatest empire of all. So let's find out more about this. Gagi Vachak Navi, the fearless philosopher of the Vedic age, stands as one of the earliest recorded women intellectual in history. Her presence in the Brahmavadic Upanishad and is definitely monumental. She remembered as for engaging in profound debates with Yajna Valkya, one of the greatest sage of her time. Gagi's achievement was not merely her participation in philosophical discourse, it was her audacity to question very nature of existence, matter, and infinite at a time when the women's voice were really given a space in public intellectual life. Her most famous inquiry with Yajna Valkya on what is the world woven, wrap, and woof. She actually pressed further until she reached the ultimate questions of what sustained the universe beyond space and time. This relentless pursuit of truth established her as a philosopher of metaphysics, one who dared to probe the mysteries of Brahman, the eternal principle underlying all reality. Gagi's contribution was not only intellectual but symbolic. She embodied the spirit of inquiry, courage, and equality. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward, in 2026, Gagi's legacy reverberates in multiple ways. A woman across the world continues to break the barrier in science, technology, and leadership. Gagi's example remind us that the intellectual courage knows no gender. She insists on questioning the infinite mirror, which actually mirrors today's exploration in quantum physics, cosmology, and artificial intelligence, where the humanity seeks to understand what lies beyond observable matters. Gagi's voice beyond a timeless call to challenge the boundaries, to ask questions that unsettle, and to embrace inquiries as the highest drama. Beyond her celebrated debate, Gagi's achievement includes philosophical authority, as she was recognized as Brahmavadini, a woman who had mastered the Veda and philosophy. Her role in education is also profound. Gagi is said to have taught and inspired others, proving that women are integral part to intellectual fabric of ancient India. She established gender equality. Her presence in Upanishadic assemblies demonstrated the wisdom was not confined to men but accessible to all seekers. And culturally and historically, Gagi became the symbol of fearless inquiry. Her name invoked in later tradition as exemplar of women's intellectual and power. Her impact in 2026 is profound. In an era striving for inclusivity, Gagi's life reminds us that the root of equality and intellectual freedom run deep in Indian civilization. She challenged modern society to ensure that women's voices are not only heard but celebrated in every sphere, from philosophy to politics, from science to spirituality. Thus, Gargi Vachak Navi's achievement is twofold. She expanded the horizon of metaphysical thoughts and she shattered the barriers of gender in intellectual discourse. In 2026, her legacy inspires us to keep questioning, to embrace the diversity of thought, and to recognize that the pursuit of truth is the greatest achievement of all. Gagi Vachak Navi's voice, rising from the sacred assemblies of Upanishads, continue to echo across the centuries as the beacon of fearless inquiry. Her achievement was not only in questioning Yajan Valkya, but infinite and in proving, that is definitely infinite in proving the wisdom, and wisdom has no boundary. boundaries, and her achievement also actually declaring that gender or tradition, there you can actually it's not confined to gender and tradition. So in 2026, her legacy stands as a mirror to our own age, an era where women lead in science, technology, philosophy, carrying forward the same spirit of audacity that Gagi embodied. She reminds us that the true empire is not built on conquest of or power, but on the courage to ask, to challenge, and to seek the eternal truth. Gagi's triumph lies in her refusal to be silent, her insistence that the infinite must be questioned, her gift of showing humanity that the pursuit of knowledge is itself is the highest drama. So her voice endures and urges us to keep questioning, keep seeking, and keep breaking boundaries, because the unconquerable achievement is not in answers but in the eternal quest itself. So we have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one.
Hello friends. In today's hyper-connected yet fragmented business world, a CEO's greatest asset isn't just data, it is the universal awareness. In this video, we explore the profound leadership lesson hidden within Bhagavad Gita and how its wisdom can transform a busy executive into an omnipresent executive. Let's go and discuss this further. In the world of business, we are taught that results are everything. Quarterly earning, market share, profits, these are the metrics of our worth. We spend our life chasing the fruits, but there is a ceiling to that kind of leadership. Eventually, the chase leads to burnout, short-sightedness, and a strong sense of emptiness. 5,000 or 7,000 years ago, on a different kind of a battlefield, Bhagwan Krishna gave Arjun a piece of advice that is arguably the most sophisticated management strategy ever recorded. Today we are looking at chapter 8, verse 28. It is the secret to why the most iconic CEOs don't actually chase results, they transcend them. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's proceed further and let's examine the verse. And the quote starts: a yogi who performs devotional service transcends the fruit of Vedic study, austerities, sacrifices, charities, and pieties. He attains my supreme eternal abode. And the quote close. Let us translate that into an executive speak. In the ancient context, the Vedic study and the austerities were the standard best practice for success. In today's term, these are your MBAs, your 80 hours work week, your strategic philanthropy, and the corporate social responsibility. Krishna isn't saying these things are bad. He's saying these are, intermediate goals. A yogi CEO doesn't just do the work to get the result. They perform the devotional service. In business, we call this purpose-driven leadership. Why does Bhagwan Krishna tells us to transcend the fruits? Because when a CEO is obsessed with the fruit, which is in other terms is profit, or the exit strategy, three things can happen. First, risk aversion. You become afraid to innovate because you might lose the immediate prize. Second, short-termism. You sacrifice the health of the company in your 5 year bonus and year on year. So basically, you're now waiting for 5 year, and then on every year you're basically ignoring the company's health. Third, anxiety. Your peace of mind is at a mercy of the market. So when the verse talks about transcending the fruits, it's about decoupling your identity from the outcome. When you stop chasing the result, you gain the clarity to see the move that actually wins the game. And the verse mentions about devotional service. For a CEO, this doesn't mean you have to be in a temple. It means your work is an offering to a higher mission. Think of the Yuan Koinard at Patagonia or Satya Nadella's shift at Microsoft. They shifted from beating the competition to a higher purpose. When you lead with a devotion to a mission, whether it's solving a climate crisis or empowering every person on the planet, the fruit, which is the profit and the piety, come as the natural byproduct. By aiming for the supreme abode, which we can interpret as the ultimate vision or your legacy, you automatically satisfy all the smaller matrices of success. The verse concludes, and the quote starts, "He attains my supreme eternal abode," quote close. For a leader, the supreme abode is the state of equanimity. It is the ability to lead from a place of inner stillness. While the other CEOs are panicking over a bad quarter, the yogi CEO remains fixed on the eternal vision. This isn't just the spiritual fluff, it is the competitive advantage. A leader who cannot be shaken by the fruits is the most dangerous competitor in the room, because they are playing an infinite game while everyone else is playing a finite one. So, here is the challenge for the modern executive. Look at your sacrifices and your charity and your studies. Are you doing them just for the fruits? Well, I think that's a question that you can send it across to us if you want to share. Chapter 8, verse 28 invites you to level up, stop chasing the quarterly numbers, quarterly earnings, start performing your leadership as a service to a higher purpose. When you transcend the result, you don't lose them, you master them. The best CEO don't just build companies, they attain a legacy that lasts. They reach their supreme abode. So friends, are you ready to stop chasing this, start chasing the result and start transcending? Do let me know. Thanks for watching, and if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I go, I would like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज तो मंगलवार का दिन है, आपको सबको ज्ञात है। और आज तारीख क्या है? 16 तारीख है, 16 जून। तो सबको पता है मंगलवार का जो दिन है वो हनुमान जी के लिए समर्पित है। तो आज के दिन हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे, अपना जो वर्किंग डे है वो शुरू करेंगे भगवान जी की पूजा करके, हनुमान जी की पूजा करेंगे। और इस पूजा में हम हनुमान चालीसा का उच्चारण करेंगे, रिसाइटेशन करेंगे। तो आप सब हमारे साथ जुड़ें और हनुमान चालीसा का रिसाइटेशन हमारे साथ जुड़ के करें, इससे काफ़ी फायदा होता है। चलिए आंख बंद करके ध्यान कर लेते हैं और भगवान जी का हम नमन शुरू करते हैं। सबसे पहले जय श्री राम। श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज, निज मन मुकुर सुधार, बरनउँ रघुबर बिमल जसु, जो दायक फलचार। बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके, सुमिरो पवन कुमार, बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहे, हरहु क्लेश विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर, जय कपीस तेहु लोक उजागर। राम दूत अतुलित बल धामा, अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा। महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी, कुमति निवार सुमत के संगी। कंचन वरन विराज सुबेसा, कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा। हाथ वज्र ओ ध्वजा विराजे, कांधे मूज जनेऊ साजे। शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगबंदन। विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करवे को आतुर। प्रभु चरित्र सुनवे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसिया। सूक्ष्म रूप धरी सिंह दिखावा, विकट रूप धरी लंक जरावा। भीम रूप धरी असुर सहारे, रामचंद्र जी के काज संवारे। लाए सजीवन लखन जी आए, श्री रघुवीर हर्ष उर लाए। रघुपत कीनी बहुत बड़ाई, तुम मम प्रिय भरत संभाई। सहस बदन तुमरो यश गावे, अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे। सनकादि ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा, नारद सारद सहित अहिसा। जम कुबेर दिक्पाल जहाँ थे, कवि कोविद कही सके कहाँ थे। तुम उपकार सुग्रीव वही कीना, राम मिलाए राजपद दीना। तुमरो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना। जुग सहस्त्र जोजन पर भानु, लियो ताहि मधुर फल जानु। प्रभु मुद्रिका मेल मुख माही, जल दिलांग गए अचरज नाही। दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हरे तेते। राम दुआरे तुम रखवाले, होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे। सब सुख लहें तुम्हारी सरना, तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना। आपन तेज समारो आपे, तीनों लोग हाँकते कापे। भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे। नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा, जपत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा। संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे। सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा। और मनोरथ जो कोई लाए, सोई अमित जीवन फल पाए। चारों जुग प्रताप तुम्हारा, है प्रसिद्धि जगत उजियारा। साधु संत के तुम रखवाले, असुर निकंदन राम दुआरे। असिद्धि नौ निधि के दाता, असवर दीन जान की माता। राम रसायन तुमरे पासा, सदा रो रघुपति के दासा। तुमरे भजन राम को पावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे। अंत काल रघुबरपुर जाई, जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई। और देवता चित न धरे, हनुमत से ही सब सुख करे। संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा, जो सुमरे हनुमत बलबीरा। जय 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 हनुमान गुसाई, कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई। जो सतपार पाठ कर कोई, छूटे बंदी महासुख होई। जो ये पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, होय सिद्धि साखी गौरी सा। तुलसीदास सदा हरिचेरा, कीजे नाथ हृदय में डेरा। पवन तनय संकट हरन, मंगल मूरत रूप। राम लखन सीता सहित, हृदय बसु सुरभूप। जय श्री राम जय श्री राम जय श्री राम। तो दोस्तों आज हमारी पूजा संपन्न हुई और हम अपना अब दिन शुरू करेंगे। इस वीडियो में आपसे विदा लेता हूं। आपका दिन शुभ रहे। नमस्कार।
The universe has always carried secrets in silence, but sometimes silence trembles. When black hole collides, they send ripples across space-time. Gravitational wave that race through the cosmos like a faint echo of creation itself. For decades, these waves were thought to be mere messenger of cosmic violence. Yet now, the hidden within their rhythm, scientists believe that they may have uncovered something far more profound and the elusive fingerprint of dark matter. Dark matter, the invisible weight that binds galaxies together, has long been the phantom of physics, felt but never seen, and in theory never touched. And now that through the subtle distortion in space-time music, it may finally be whispering its presence. Imagine the cosmos itself humming within the hidden chorus, a song carried not by the light but by gravity's most delicate thread. And that is the story unfolding today, the possibility that the gravitational waves are not just echoes of collisions, but for the first time, the audible clues to the shadowing substance that shape our universe. So let's find out more. In the vast silence of cosmos, there are whispers too faint for human ear, yet powerful enough to reshape our understanding of reality. Among these whispers are gravitational waves, ripple in space-time born from the violent collisions of black holes and neutron stars. For years, the scientists have listened to these waves as a messenger of cataclysm of event, but now they may be carrying a deeper secret and evidence of dark matter itself. So, going forward, the dark matter has long been the phantom of physics. It does not shine, it does not absorb, it does not scatter light. It is invisible, detectable only through its gravitational pull on galaxies and clusters. We know its existence because the cosmos behaves as if the weight down by an unseen mass. Yet, despite decades of searching, no particle detectors has captured it. No telescope has revealed its glow, and it has remained in a shadow, elusive and untouchable. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward about these waves, but gravitational waves offer a new lens. When two black hole spiral together and merge, the wave that they emit carry the imprint of everything in their environment. If the dark matter surrounds them, if it pools in the halos or the clumps near their event horizons, its presence subtly alters the rhythm of the collision. The wave stretch differently and the frequency shift. The echoes linger longer than expected. These deviations are faint, buried in noise, but with the sensitive detectors like Virgo and Kagra, the scientists are beginning to tease them, listen them, and bring the information out. Recent analysis suggests that some recorded signals cannot be explained by ordinary physics alone. The pattern hint at an invisible partner tugging at the dance of a black hole and dark matter interacting not through the light but through the gravity's most delicate thread. Imagine two massive black holes colliding and their spiral slowed ever so lightly by the halo of unseen particles. And the resulting wave carries that story across the billions of light years and arriving at Earth as a faint tremor in space-time. If confirmed, this would revolutionary. This will be definitely revolutionary. It would mean that the dark matter is not merely a passive backdrop, but an active participant in the cosmic drama. It would provide the first direct evidence of its distribution around compact objects, offering clues to its nature, whether it is made of exotic particles, primordial black holes, or something stranger still. And that we have to really find out. We have to look towards the physicists for their new findings. The implication ripple outward. Dark matter may influence how galaxies form, how stars die, and how the universe itself evolve. So, by mapping its fingerprints in gravitational waves, scientists could chart its hidden architecture, tracing the invisible presence upon which the cosmos is built. It is as if we are learning to read a secret language written into space-time itself. For the layperson, the idea is both haunting and very exciting. We live in a universe where most of the matter is unseen, yet it shapes everything we know. Now, through the faintest vibrations of space-time, we may finally be hearing its voice. So, dark matter, once silent, is actually beginning to speak through the music of colliding black holes. So, as detectors grow more sensitive and the data accumulates, the whisper will become clearer. Each new gravitational wave may carry another clue, another brush stroke in the portrait of invisible. And in that portrait lies the possibility of solving one of the greatest mysteries of modern science. And that is, what is a dark matter that binds the universe together? The journey is far from over, but the path has been illuminated. Gravitational waves are no longer just echoes of cosmic violence, they are the guides into unseen thread leading to us towards the shady heart of existence. The search for the dark matter has always been felt like chasing a shadow across the star. Yet now, through the faint tremors of space-time, the shadow begins to take form. The gravitational waves are no longer just echoes of cosmic collision. They are becoming the voice of invisible, the rhythm of unseen, and each ripple carries us closer to unveiling the hidden universe, and where the dark matter silently shapes galaxies, stars, and destiny of creation itself. Perhaps the greatest revelation is not that we are finally hearing the dark matter, but that the universe has been singing all along. We simply need to learn how to listen. So now we have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the grand tapestry of India's scientific heritage, Bhaskar II shines not merely as a mathematician and astronomer of 12th century, but as a visionary whose idea pulse with the relevance even in 2026. Known as Bhaskaracharya, he was no commentator like Bhaskar I, but a creator, an architect of original thought who dared to see the infinity in numbers and in harmony in heavens. His Siddhanta Shiromani was more than a trustee. It was a symphony of arithmetic, algebra, astronomy, geometry, weaving poetry with precision. Centuries before Newton, Bhaskar glimpsed the essence of calculus, describing the rate of change and infinitesimals with startling clarity. So let's find out more about him. Bhaskar II, often honored with the title Bhaskaracharya, teacher Bhaskar, stands as one of the towering figure of India's mathematical and astronomical tradition. Living in 12th century CE, he carried forward the legacy of Aryabhat and Brahmagupta, but with a brilliance that gave his work a distinct identity. Unlike Bhaskar I, who was primarily a commentator on Aryabhat's treatises, Bhaskar II was a creator of original systems, a synthesizer of knowledge, and a visionary whose insight continues to ripple through the corridors of science even in 2026. His magnum opus, the Siddhanta Shiromani, is divided into 4 parts. First is Leelavati. If we translate it in English, it is arithmetic. Then Bij Ganit, that is algebra, and Grah Ganit, that is astronomy, and the Gola Adhyay, that is sphere. So each section reveals a mind deeply attuned to both the abstract and the elegance of mathematics and the practical demands of astronomy. In Leelavati, that is arithmetic, Bhaskar II introduced a problem that blended poetic imagination with rigorous calculation, making mathematics not only a discipline of logic but also a craft of beauty. And his algebraic treatise, Bij Ganit, advanced method of solving equation, including work of quadratic and the interdeterminate equation, laying the foundation of that kind of calculation and that kind of maths that resonate with the modern algorithm and thinking, mathematical thinking. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward on Bhaskar II, perhaps the most striking was his grasp of calculus centuries before Newton. And Bhaskar II described the concept akin to derivatives, and not that the rate of change of a planet's position could be understood through the infinitesimal increments. And his recognition of the principle that a quantity can approach zero yet refrain the meaning was a profound leap, anticipating the calculus that now underpins the physics, engineering, and the artificial intelligence. In 2026, as the humanity builds quantum computers and design AI systems that rely on continuous optimization, the Bhaskar's early vision of limits and the change feel astonishingly precise and prevalent, and definitely it is a theory, it is a concept which is strikingly very modern. So, in his astronomical contribution were equally transformative because now Bhaskar II refined the planetary models, calculated the eclipse with the remarkable accuracy, and emphasized the cycle nature of celestial phenomena. He understood the gravity as the force pulling objects towards the earth, a concept, a seed that would later blossom in Newton's formulations. For future generation, his insistence on precision and his blend of observation with the theory remain model of scientific integrity. In an age where the space exploration and the satellite navigation defined the global progress, Bhaskar's method reminds us that the root of orbital mechanism stretch deep into India's intellectual soil. The importance of Bhaskar's second work for 2026 and beyond lies not only in its historical brilliance but in its enduring relevance. His approach, integrating imagination, rigors, and applicability, offers a template for modern science education. As we confront the challenges from climate modeling to AI ethics, his example teaches that mathematics is not merely a tool but a language of truth, capable of bridging the infinite and the practical. For young learners, his poetic problem in Leelavati showed that the creativity and the calculation are not opposite but a partner. For researchers, his proto-calculus demonstrate that innovation often begins with the daring to see the pattern where the other see the chaos. So Bhaskar II's legacy is thus a beacon of future generation. He reminds us that science is a continuum where the ancient insight can illuminate the modern frontiers. So in 2026, as humanity stands at the threshold of interplanetary travel and the artificial intelligence, Bhaskar's voice echoes across the centuries. And that knowledge, when pursued with imagination and discipline, can transcend into time, culture, and geography. And his contribution are not a relic of the past, but a living principle, urging us to carry forward the torch of discovery with humility and definitely a wonder. Now, Bhaskar's second brilliance was not confined to 12th century. It is a vision cast forward into the ages, and his Siddhant Shurumani reminds and remain a living testament that science is continuum where the ancient insight can illuminate modern frontiers. In 2026, as humanity codes algorithm, explore distant planet and builds a quantum machine, his proto-calculus and the astronomical precision remind us that the roots of innovation lies deep in our shared heritage. For future generation, Bhaskaracharya's legacy is more than a history. It is a guiding light, urging us to blend creativity with rigor, imagination with discipline, and to carry forward the eternal dialogue between numbers and the cosmos. His work endures a promise that the knowledge, when pursued with wonder, can transcend into centuries and shape the destiny of tomorrow. So, we have come to the end of this video. We look forward for your comment on this subject. Please like and subscribe our channel and look forward in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
भारतीय इतिहास की धारा में कई योद्धा आए और गए, पर कुछ नाम ऐसे हैं जो सदियों तक गूंजते रहते हैं। फरीद खान, एक साधारण अफगान सरदार का बेटा, जिसने अपनी योग्यता और साहस से दिल्ली की गद्दी हासिल की और शेर शाह सूरी कहलाया। उनकी कहानी केवल सत्ता की नहीं है, बल्कि दूरदर्शिता की, प्रशासनिक सुधार की और अदम्य संकल्प की है। चलिए और जानते हैं इनके बारे में। और भारतीय इतिहास में कई ऐसे शासक हुए जिन्होंने अपनी योग्यता और दूरदर्शिता से समय समय पर इतिहास की और समय की धारा बदली। उनमें से एक नाम है फरीद खान, जो आगे चलकर शेर शाह सूरी के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुए। उनकी कहानी केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति की नहीं है, बल्कि प्रशासनिक कौशल और न्यायप्रियता की है। फरीद खान का जन्म अफगान सरदार हसन खान सूर के घर बिहार के सासाराम में हुआ। बचपन से ही उनमें नेतृत्व की क्षमता और शिक्षा की प्रति लगाव था। उन्होंने जौनपुर में शिक्षा प्राप्त की और वहीं से प्रशासनिक ज्ञान अर्जित किया। युवा अवस्था में ही अपने पिता की जागीरों का प्रबंधन संभाला। उनकी दक्षता और न्यायप्रियता ने उन्हें जनता में लोकप्रिय बना दिया। कहा जाता है कि एक बार उन्होंने अकेले ही शेर का सामना कर उसे मार गिराया और तभी से लोग उन्हें शेर खान के नाम से बुलाने लगे। समय के साथ उन्होंने अपनी शक्ति बढ़ाई, बंगाल पर अधिकार किया। 1539 में चौसा की लड़ाई और 1540 में कन्नौज की लड़ाई में उन्होंने मुगल सम्राट हुमायूं को परास्त कर दिल्ली की गद्दी हासिल की। यहीं से उनकी पहचान बनी शेर शाह सूरी, सूर साम्राज्य का संस्थापक। उनका शासन काल केवल 5 वर्षों तक था, यानी कि 1540 से लेकर 1545 तक। और लेकिन इन 5 वर्षों में उन्होंने ऐसे सुधार किए जिनकी गूंज आज भी सुनाई देती है। और आगे बढ़ने से पहले आपसे पूछना चाहेंगे कि अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके बताइए कि आप किस शहर से जुड़े हैं हमसे, किस भाषा में आप इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। और अब चलिए आगे चलते हैं, चर्चा की को और आगे बढ़ाते हैं। उन्होंने यानी कि शेर शाह सूरी ने रुपये नामक स्थायी मुद्रा की शुरुआत की, जो आगे चलकर भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था की रीढ़ बनी। उन्होंने ग्रैंड ट्रंक रोड का विस्तार किया, जो बंगाल से अफगानिस्तान तक फैली और व्यापार और संचार का मुख्य मार्ग बनी। उन्होंने डाक व्यवस्था की भी संगठित किया, डाक व्यवस्था भी चलाई और प्रशासनिक ढांचे को मजबूत किया। कर व्यवस्था में सुधार कर किसानों और व्यापारियों को राहत दी। 1545 में कलिंजर की किले की घेराबंदी के दौरान उनकी मृत्यु हो गई, लेकिन उनकी नीतियां और उनका सुधार इतने प्रभावी थे कि बाद में मुगल सम्राट अकबर ने भी उनसे प्रेरणा ली। शेर शाह सूरी का शासन केवल 5 वर्ष तक चला, लेकिन उनकी नीतियां इतनी प्रभावी थी कि बाद में और लोग, मतलब जो अकबर थे, उन्होंने तो उनसे प्रेरणा ली, बट आगे चल के कई सारे जो एस्पेक्ट्स थे उनकी जो उन्होंने नीतियों के, उसको लोगों ने और शासकों ने अपनाया। अगर कहा जाए कि हालांकि 5 वर्ष का उनका शासन था, बट उनकी विरासत आज भी जीवित है। फरीद खान ने शेर शाह सूरी बनने की ये जो यात्रा है, जो हमें सिखाती है कि साहस, दूरदर्शिता और न्यायप्रियता से कोई भी व्यक्ति इतिहास की धारा बदल सकता है। वे केवल एक विजेता नहीं थे, बल्कि एक महान प्रशासक और दूरदर्शी शासक थे, जिनकी नीतियां भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप की नींव में आज भी गूंजती हैं। फरीद खान का शेर शाह सूरी बनने का जो रास्ता है, वो केवल सत्ता परिवर्तन की कहानी नहीं बताता, बल्कि वे भारतीय इतिहास में दूरदर्शिता, प्रशासनिक कौशल का अद्वितीय उदाहरण है। उन्होंने अल्पकालीन शासक में ही ऐसी नीतियां लागू की जिनकी गूंज आज और आगे भी सदियों तक सुनाई देती रहेंगी, चाहे वो रुपया का स्थायी मुद्रा हो, या ग्रैंड ट्रंक रोड का विस्तार हो, या व्यवस्था में सुधार हो। उनकी गाथा हमें ये सिखाती है कि साहस और संकल्प से हर चीज प्राप्त की जा सकती है। व्यक्ति अपनी पहचान बदल सकता है और इतिहास की धारा को नई दिशा दे सकता है। तो आगे बढ़ने से पहले आपको बता दूं कि शेर शाह सूरी ने डेफिनेटली ये साबित किया कि एक शासक की महानता केवल युद्ध जीतने में नहीं है, बल्कि जनता के जीवन को सरल और सुनिश्चित बनाने में है, जनता के हृदय में अपना स्थान बनाने में है। और शेर शाह सूरी की जो यात्रा है, भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप की एक विरासत का हिस्सा है, जो आज भी हमें प्रेरणा देता है कि नेतृत्व का असली अर्थ न्याय, दूरदर्शिता और जन कल्याण में ही निहित है। अब हम अपनी चर्चा के अंतिम पड़ाव पर पहुंच चुके हैं। कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कीजिए, और अब इस विषय पर अगर आप कुछ अपने कमेंट्स साझा करना चाहते हैं तो यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम, और फिर आपसे दोबारा मुलाकात होगी बहुत जल्द। तब तक के लिए विदा, नमस्कार। For years, Anthropic Claude was known as a conversational powerhouse on AI that could reason, that could assist, and also solve the complex tasks. But today, in 2026, the company has decided to redraw the boundaries of creativity. With the debut of Claude Design, Anthropic actually has stepped boldly into the visual arena, and where it offers the tool that transform and to the plain language into a polished and presentation, prototype and marketing visual. This is not just another AI feature, but it is reimagination of how the idea takes shape. No templates, no plain canvases, just words flowing into images. for entrepreneurs, for educators and the creators. Cloud design promises speed and accessibility. And for a design industry, it raises the questions about the originality and artistry and the role of human imagination in the era of machine learning, machine marketing, visual. So let's find out more about this. In the spring of 2026, the Anthropic, the company best known for its conversational AI assist Claude, and unveiled the bold new frontiers. The Claude design, which is actually making a lot of waves in the industry. This debut marks a significant expansion of the Claude ecosystem, moving beyond the text and the code into the realm of visual creation. For years, the Anthropic had positioned itself as a competitor to OpenAI and Google in the natural language space. But with the Claude design, it signals a deep ambition to redefine how humans interact with creativity itself. The Claude design is powered by Anthropic's most advanced model, Claude Opus 4.7, a multi-model system capable of interacting not just words but visual concepts, and that this also allows the tool that the user to describe an idea into a natural language. A sleek pitch deck for a fintech startup or a prototype layout for a mobile app, and watch that the AI generates a polished professional grade visuals. Presentation, one-pager, product mock-ups and marketing materials can be drafted in minutes. And bypassing the traditional blank canvas problem that has a long haunted designers and entrepreneurs. So the launch of a Claude design is not just about convenience. It is about accessibility. And Anthropic envisions a world where the founder, the product managers, and the market people who may lack formal design training can still produce compelling visual that communicate their ideas effectively. In this sense, the Claude design democratizes creativity, lowering the barriers and accelerating the workflow. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, for startups, the implications are enormous. A founder preparing for an investor's pitch can now generate a professional deck overnight. So marketers can prototype campaign visuals without actually waiting for a design team. And even the educator and the students can use Claude design to create very designing and engaging presentation with minimal effort. And unsurprisingly, the debut has sparked comparison with the established platform like Canva, Figma, and Adobe Photoshop. So analysts have already begun asking whether Claude design could be Canva killer. While the Canva revolutionized the design by offering templates, drag and drop simplicity, the Claude design goes a step further. It eliminates the need for templates altogether. Instead, it listens to language and interprets the intent and produces the visual that feels tailored to the user's vision. And this shift from template to driven design to AI driven creations could reshape the competitive landscape. If the cloud design succeed, it may force incumbents to integrate deeper AI capabilities into platform, accelerating the industry's evolution. So, yet, as with all generative AI, cloud design raises questions. Can AI generated visual truly match the nuances and artistry of human designers? Will the reliance of AI homogenize the creativity, producing output that feels polished but lack originality? And what of copyright and ownership? Who truly owns a AI generated design, the user or the algorithm? Now, the critics also warn the ethical risk, and just as the test-based AI has misused to generate misinformation, visual AI could be exploited to create misleading prototypes, fake branding, or even the counterfeit the documents. The Anthropic insists that safeguards are in place, but the debate is far from the settled. So, you will also agree that there's a turning point in AI creativity which is on rise. The Cloud Design debut is more than a product launch. It is turning point in the story of AI creativity. For Anthropic, it represents a strategic pivot from being a text-first company to embrace the multimodal intelligence. And for user, it offers a glimpse of future where the language itself becomes the interface for the design. Now, when I'm just telling you about this, I also get worried. I am with the critics because nowadays the children are also very tech savvy, and they will love Anthropic Cloud because they can turn their language into a picture which they love most because they hate writing, right? So this is something which I think I need your comments on this. Now, going forward, for a society, it raises the profound question that is there about the role of human artistry in the age where the machine can generate beauty at scale. So, Anthropic cloud design is both exhilarating and unsettling. It promises speed, accessibility, and democratization, but also challenges long-held notion of originality and authorship. As a business educator and creator, experiment with this new tool. The world will have to decide whether AI-led design is a complement to human creativity or a competitor. So in the end, cloud design is not just about making visual easier. It is about redefining the very act of creation, turning the words into the images, the ideas into the artifacts. Whether it becomes a cornerstone of a creative economy or a cautionary tale will depend on how wisely we balance innovation with integrity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before the telescope pierced the skies of Renaissance Europe, a brilliant mind in 5th century India dared to challenge the cosmic order. And Aryabhat, through his Aryabhatiya, that suggested that the earth itself was not a still center of the universe, but a rotating sphere and its motion explaining the dance of stars and the cosmos. In doing so, he planted the seed of heliocentrism nearly 1,000 years before Copernicus. So, in 2026, as humanity propose an interplanetary mission and debates on the ethics of AI, design, science, and Aryabhat vision feels startlingly modern. What do you feel about that? Now, going forward, his courage to question orthodoxy mirror our own struggles to redefine boundaries, whether in space exploration or in digital knowledge or in global collaboration. What he offered was not just astronomy, but a philosophical revolution. A reminder that Earth is but one participant in the vast cosmic symphony. So, in the year 499 CE, a young mathematician and astronomer from India named Aryabhat composed Aryabhatiya, a text that would ripple across the centuries. And within its verses lay a daring proposition. The earth was not the immovable center of the universe, but a rotating sphere where where it also actually it's explained the rotating sphere which explains the rising and settling the star. This insight subtle but yet it was really profound at that point of time, and it also hinted at a heliocentric order, placing the sun at the center of the planetary motion. And nearly thousands years before Copernicus formalized the idea in Renaissance Europe. So Aryabhat's vision was revolutionary because it challenged the prevailing geocentric worldwide. And in both Greece and Roman, and even in Indian traditions, Earth was thought to be fixed with celestial bodies revolving around it. Aryabhat broke from this orthodoxy, suggesting that the apparent daily movement of heavens was due to Earth's own rotation. Though his heliocentric leanings were not expressed in the same systematic way as Copernicus, but definitely the seeds of the ideas were unmistakable. So if you have reached this far, please inform us about your city and from where you are tuned in, and in which language you are watching this video, and this will definitely determine the reach of our channel. So look forward. And in 2026, the Aryabhat's heliocentric vision resonates in a striking way. Humanity is once again at a crossroad of knowledge, driven not only by a handwritten actually, manuscript, but also about artificial intelligence, global collaboration. And just as Aryabhat challenged the obvious questions, Earth's immobility, today, scientists and technologists challenges assumptions about the creativity, about ethics, and the boundaries of machine intelligence. His legacy also speaks to the decolonization of science. For centuries, the narrative of heliocentrism was framed as a European breakthrough. Yet, Aryabhat reminds us that scientific progress has always been global, with the contributors flowing across the cultures and continents. In an era where the India's ISRO launches a mission to Mars and to the moon, reclaiming Aryabhat's place in history is not just about, and it is definitely not just about the pride. It is also about recognizing the shared heritage of human curiosity. So Aryabhat's genius lay not only in his astronomical imagination, but in his mathematical rigor. He introduced trigonometric functions approximately and really very to the point, actually studying and presenting pi with a remarkable accuracy, and devised the method for calculating planetary positions. His equation implied a solar-centric system where the planetary motion could be explained more elegantly than by Earth-centric models. So these ideas traveled far beyond India, translated into Arabic into Arabic language. It was taken by Arabs, and Aryabhat's work into an Islamic world. No, so this is how these ideas generate a worldwide. So where the scholars they expanded upon his insights, and centuries later, fragments to its knowledge influenced by some of the fragments also influenced European thought and forming part of intellectual soil from which picked up by Copernicus heliocentric model that would grow later, and we know all this all of us know about this. So Aryabhat's heliocentric model also feels the prophetic in the age of space exploration. So by placing Earth as one planet among many, he reframed humanity's place in the cosmos. Today, as astronaut prepares for Mars mission and telescopes peer into distinct galaxies, his insight remind us that Earth is not the center of existence, but a part of a vast interconnected universe. So in 2026, this perspective is more urgent than ever. So climate change, geopolitical tensions, and AI-driven transformation all demand a planetary consciousness and awareness that Earth is fragile, finite, and not the axis of all the things. Aryabhat's heliocentric courage became a metaphor for humanity and responsibility in the modern age. So Aryabhat's heliocentric leaning were not merely scientific hypotheses, they were act of intellectual bravery. To suggest that Earth itself was in motion and was also a challenging and challenging the deepest assumptions of his times. In 2026, as we grapple with the AI ethics, planetary colonization, the global collaboration, Aryabhat's example reminds us that the progress begins with questioning obvious. So his story is not just about astronomy, it is about courage to see things differently. And in that sense, Aryabhat's heliocentric revolution continues to orbit our imagination, urging us to look beyond the familiar and embrace the infinite. So we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe our channel. And we look forward for your comment on this topic. But before we end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
The idea of robots living alongside us has been belonged to the realm of science fiction. Yet today it is edging into the reality. With the debut of AI-powered robot designed specially for home use, the boundary between futuristic imagination and everyday life is dissolving. These machines are no longer confined to factory floors or research labs. They are stepping into kitchen, living room, bedroom, promising to transform the domestic routine. The debut of AI robots for domestic use is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one also. It sparks curiosity, inspires hope, ignites debate. So, are we welcoming helpful assistants into our lives or surveillance device disguised as a companion? The answer may shape not only the future of our household but also the broader relationship between human and intelligent machine. Artificial intelligence has begun to step out of the research lab and corporate offices into the most intimate of the space, our home. So debut of AI powered domestic robots marks a turning point in consumer technology, one that blends convenience with controversy. So these machines are designed to handle everyday tasks, tidying rooms, monitoring energy use, assisting with cooking, or even offering companionship. And this appeal lies in the promise of freeing up time, reducing household stress, and creating a seamless, smart living environment. For many consumers, the idea of robot that can anticipate the need and act autonomously and feel natural is the next step after smart speakers and connected appliances. Yet, the excitement is tempered by uneasy, and that is privacy debate over flared almost immediately. Unlike a vacuum robot that simply mop your floor plans, and these new AI robots can equipped with advanced sensory cameras, microphones. So they don't just clean, they observe, interpret, and learn. That means that they are constantly collecting data from household routine, personal habits, even private conversations. So for some, this feels like inviting a surveillance device into the living room. The questions become: who owns that data and how securely is it stored? So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, the consumer interest is undeniable. Early demonstrations have drawn crowds, and pre-order suggests a strong demand. Families imagine robots that can help elderly relatives, parents, and vision assistants with the childcare. And the professionals see value in delegating some routine work. So, but alongside with enthusiasm, the critics warn of the risk of dependency and erosion of boundaries. So, if a robot can recognize emotions, respond to the stress, and adapt to the personal preferences, does it cross into the territories of replacing human interaction? So, and if the companies monetize the insight gathered from these robots, does the home cease to be a private sanctuary? So this tension between innovation and intrusion defines the current debate. On one hand, AI robot for home use could actually revolutionize the domestic life. It can provide easiness in the domestic life, making home safer, more efficient, and more responsive. On the other hand, they raise profound ethical questions about autonomy, consent, and surveillance. The debut of these robots is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one too. It actually forces society to grapple with what we value more: convenience or privacy, automation or intimacy. For now, the spotlight remains on consumer curiosity. The allure of futuristic living is strong, and many are eager to experiment. But as adoption spread, the conversation will inevitably shift from novelty to accountability. The home, once the most private space, is becoming the next frontier for AI, and how we navigate this frontier will shape not only our domestic life but also our broader relationship with technology. The arrival of AI robots in our home is more than a technical upgrade. It is definitely, as we are discussing, cultural shift. These machines promise efficiency, they also promise safety, and even the companionship, yet they are that is a challenge of our notion of privacy, intimacy within the household. So, as consumer embrace this, and society must also confront the deeper questions: how much of our personal lives are we willing to share with the machines, and who ultimately control that information? So, so that is that whether they become a trusted helper or controversial intruders will depend only on the technological itself, but also value we choose to uphold as we invite artificial intelligence into our most private corners of our lives. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
the vast expanse of India's mythological and spiritual heritage, Jamadagni emerges as a figure who embodies both wisdom and strength. A sage of Bhrigu lineage and one of the revered Saptarishi, he was not confined to meditation alone. His life was a rare fusion of scholarship and martial mastery. Jamadagni's household was a sanctuary of Vedic learning where the sacred hymns were preserved, transmitted, yet it was also a place where the science of weaponry, the art of warfare were refined into discipline of dharma, that is righteousness. His bow, saranga, and his knowledge of Dhanur Veda symbolize the union of intellect and arm, teaching the weapon are not instrument of conquest but the guardian of righteousness. Jamadagni's life was not merely about personal achievement, it was about shaping the legacy that would endure through his son Parshuram, the warrior sage who carried forward his father's vision of dharma defended by strength. Thus, Jamadagni stands at the crossroad of meditation and battlefield, of the scholarship and strategy, reminding us that the true greatness lies in the harmonizing wisdom with power. In the tapestry of ancient Indian tradition, Jamadagni stands as a figure of profound duality. At once a sage immersed in spiritual wisdom, and the other part he is the master of martial science. His life reflects the delicate balance between pursuit of knowledge and the necessity of defense, between the serenity of meditation and the discipline of warfare. Jamadagni's contribution to the science of weaponry and the art of warfare are legendary. As a descendant of great sage Bhrigu, he inherited not only the spiritual insight but also a deep understanding of martial techniques. Ancient texts describe him as a custodian of Dhanur Veda, a branch of knowledge that encompass the use of bow, arrow, and divine weapons. His bow, saranga, became the symbol of his mastery, later passed on to his son Parshuram, who wielded it into a campaign against the Kshatriyas. Jamadagni's teaching emphasized discipline, precision, and the ethical use of force that is also applies on warfare. It was not just for the conquest, but for the protection of dharma, which is righteousness. In this way, he elevated martial science into a sacred art and inseparable from moral responsibility. The bow of dharma can be seen in the modern cybersecurity and AI governance. Our digital weapon, algorithms, data, and code must be aimed at protecting truth, justice, and not the exploitation. The legacy reminds us that the technology is powerful only when aligned with the ethical purpose. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, yet the Jamadagni was not merely a warrior sage. His spiritual and scholarly contribution are equally profound. As one of the world's revered Saptarishi, he played a vital role in preserving and transmitting the Vedic knowledge. His devotion to meditation, or spirituality made him a beacon of righteousness. His household became the center of learning. Legend recounts his ability to command nature itself, receiving boons from Surya, the sun god, and harnessing the divine cow, Kamadhenu, which symbolize abundance and substance. These stories reflect his stature as a sage who could bridge the material and the spiritual, guided by, and definitely that will help in guiding humanity towards balance. This was very important in the context of making the balance. If we think deeper and find out in 2026, that is actually more relevant. This continuity reflects how knowledge passes from one generation to the next, and today's AI pioneering inherit both innovation and responsibility. The art of war in 2026 is not just about weapon, but about navigating global conflict in cyber space, in trade wars, and AI ethics. Jamaat Agni's story reminds us that every new generation must weld its tool with wisdom. The tragedy of Jamadagni's death, slain by the men of King Kartivirya Arjun for refusing to surrender Kamdhenu, underscores the eternal tension between the spiritual authority and the worldly power. His martyrdom ignited Parshuram's vow to rid the earth of oppressive rulers, ensuring that Jamadagni's legacy lived on not only in a scholarship but also in action. Through his son, his teaching on weaponry, dharma were carried forward, shaping one of the most dramatic cycles in Hindu mythology. So Jamaat Agni's life thus embodies a rare synthesis, the science of warfare tempered by spiritual wisdom. He demonstrated that true mastery of arms must be guided by restraint, ethics, and devotion to higher principle. His scholarly contribution ensured the continuity of Vedic tradition, while his martial legacy empowered future generation to defend righteousness. And him, the sage and the warrior, were not opposite, but it is kind of a two-face of one life dedicated to preservation of dharma, that is righteousness. Now, if we see in the context of 2026, this mirrors actually how nations and corporations debate the ethical use of AI autonomous weapon. Just as Jamadagnis insisted on restraining, today's leaders grappled with ensuring AI-driven defense system remain accountable to human values. So Jamadagni's life is a reminder that the pursuit of wisdom and the mastery of strength are not opposite paths, but a complementary one. As sage, he safeguarded the Vedic tradition, nurtured the scholarship and the spiritual discipline. As a master of weaponry, he elevated warfare into a sacred science, teaching that arms must serve the righteousness rather than ambition. His martyrdom at the hand of worldly power underscores the kind of softness of spiritual authority. Yet, through Parshuram, his legacy endured and ensured that righteousness would always find a defender. So in Jamadagnis, we see the rare union of scholar, warrior, and meditation, and of course the meditation and the battlefield. His contribution continues to inspire, remind us that the true greatness lies not in domination, but in harmonizing knowledge with the responsibility and strength with virtue. So Jamadagni's contribution lies in his rare synthesis, and also it also reminds us, his story continues to inspire us, remind us that wisdom, strength must walk hand in hand. So please send your comments and subscribe our channel for more insight into Indian mythology and spirituality. See you in the next one. But before we close this live stream, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, a very big question that we want to address today is, are we alone or are we just being watched? For decades, we have scanned the stars for signals, but new speculation from SETI and leading astrophysicists suggest a chilling possibility. It is already too late to hide. While we search for them, humanity has spent the last century broadcasting our presence to the cosmos. In this video, we dive deep into the great silence and why the latest breakthrough in technosignatures and planetary direction suggests that any advanced civilizations within 100 light years likely to already know Earth is a home to an industrial civilization. Let us explore this further.
For decades, the Indian nuclear sector was forbidden fortress. It was state-run, shielded from private players, and largely close to the global capital. But in 2025, everything changed. The Atomic Energy Commission, AEC, just cleared a policy that effectively ends the nuclear isolation era by allowing up to 49% foreign direct investment, also known as FDI, in small modular reactor, SMRs. India has fired, starting a pistol for a multi-billion-dollar race. Why now? Well, the world is hungry for carbon-free base load power, and India has world's most ambitious energy roadmap. We aren't just talking about a few power plants. We're talking about a $200 billion shift. Today, we are breaking down the global investor from the US, France, and Russia are suddenly lining up at the India's door. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's talk technology. Traditional nuclear plants are like massive cruise ships. They take 15 years to build and cost 10 billion or more. If one thing goes wrong, the whole project stalls. Small modular reactors, or the SMRs, are the speedboats and speedboats of the nuclear world. These are the reactors that produce between 77 megawatts and 300 megawatts of power. They are built in factories on the assembly lines and shipped to the site. India has introduced its own version, the Bharat Small Reactor, which is acronym for BSR. Why investors love them? They offer lower entry price. Instead of risking $10 billion, a private company can partner with the Nuclear Power Corporation of India to build a modular unit for a fraction of the cost. So it has speed of delivery. Definitely, you can actually go from groundbreaking to grid connected in about 5 years. For an investor, faster construction means a faster return on investment. The real magic happened in the boardroom. The Indian government passed the Shanti Act of 2025. This wasn't just another law. It was a legal bridge. Before this, foreign companies were terrified of Indian civil liability laws. If there was an accident, the supplier could be sued into bankruptcy. The new policy provider, in fact, clears a framework for risk sharing between Indian state and the foreign investor. By allowing 49% FDI, India is saying we want your tech and we want your cash, but we will keep the keys to the security of the facility. Therefore, the balance of 51% will be state controlled and 49% will be private investment. And that is why this is a sweet spot. And that has a global giant like Holtec International, GE, Hitachi dusting off their blueprints for Indian soil. The investment isn't just about technology, it's about demand. Indian economy is booming, and definitely it's also growing by leaps and bounds. And the rest of the world can only dream of at that kind of speed India is moving forward. We are building gigafactories for EVs, massive data centers for AI, and huge green hydrogen hubs. All these things have one thing in common. India needs 24/7 power. Solar and wind are great, but they don't work when the sun goes down and the wind stops, right? So SMRs are being pitched as the captive power sources. Imagine massive steel plants in Odisha or a tech park in Bengaluru having its own dedicated SMR right next door. Investors see this industrial demand as the guaranteed revenue stream. It is not just selling power to the grid, it is powering the future of the global manufacturing. Now let's talk about the long game. India has the world's largest reserve of thorium, believe it or not. The traditional reactors runs on uranium, which India has to import. But thorium, we have enough of it in our beaches to power the country for centuries. And what is the catch here? There's always a catch, right? You cannot just put thorium in a standard reactor. You need a breeder process. So SMRs are perfect test bed for this. By inviting FDIs into SMRs, India is accelerating its three-stage nuclear program. The global investors provide capital today for uranium-based SMRs are essentially helping build the infrastructure that will eventually run on thorium. It's a transition that could make India the OPEC of the 22nd century. So why are the global investors eyeing India at this point in time? It is a perfect storm of the clear policy, which is based on FDI, proven demand, which is the industrial growth, and the futuristic tech, which is based on thorium. India's goal is to hit 100 gigawatt of nuclear power by 2047. It's a massive mountain to climb, but for the first time, India isn't climbing it alone. With global capital and private innovation now in the mix, the atomic age of India hasn't just arrived. It is actually going to get onto overdrive. So friends, what do you think? Is opening nuclear power to foreign investment is a master stroke for energy independence or a risky move? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe for more deep dives into the tech and policy that is shaping India's future. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game, and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Well, stop imagining. On April 20th,